What's going on, man? How you doing?
Guys still standing strong right here.
You doing all right?
We've been
It's a
going
crazy
for
night.
literally hours. Literally hours.
It's a crazy night tonight, isn't it? How you doing, Steve? Fungal? Bubba?
What's going on right here?
Go out.
We got some guys making a YouTube video. They got Kamala hats on, Trump hats on. They're flip-flopping, trying to either rile up people. Let's keep talking. What does this one say? Jeez.
Follow me? You gotta stop the nuclear war. United States might drop that missile on you. We don't come together as family and stop the killing and stealing all over the world. You going where they at?
Yeah, I hear you.
They ain't heaven.
I hear you.
You come from heaven, you shall return. You go home, they drop the missile.
I want to go talk to the preachers over here now that they're not preaching. Let's go talk to them. This guy has a shirt. His sign says, Kamala Harris belongs in the kitchen.
Yeah, being here.
Let's see what they got to say. How you guys doing?
Good, how are you?
Good.
We do a quick.
Bubba. This Bubba.
We're live. We're live.
Something
Yeah, we're live.
live. What do you want to
Steve?
talk about?
See?
You gonna be fake news and lie on me?
What?
A little space.
Yeah, sorry.
Like in the middle of
No, we're gonna hear you for hours. We're gonna be able to talk.
a. I'm not worried about that. I don't mind being recorded.
So, yeah, we're just talking. Sorry, I understand.
Yeah, all right. What's your question, Senator? I don't know. I don't want you to
I know.
How's your guys' day been here protesting?
It's been good, man.
I was here earlier. Somebody tried to drown you guys out with a megaphone. How do you guys deal with that?
The same way that all conservatives do. We know the truth we're about to say is real, so we can just wait because the truth always wins in the end.
I just finished talking to a lady. She honestly probably destroyed me in our debate we had about talking about Donald Trump going into like being a convicted felon.
Okay.
34 counts. Do you believe that Donald Trump is guilty?
No.
I'm sorry.
Because she said, well, he's guilty. He's convicted felon. But that's based on law that he's guilty. Do you think he's actually guilty?
No, I don't.
What do you think about that case that was brought up against
That's
him?
why you have to.
The one where he actually took things home, that at president, if you read it, towards the end, he is allowed to determine what he can keep and what he can't keep, so he didn't do anything wrong in that. I mean, I'm sure they're looking for something. If I was Trump, and I'm not, this is just me speaking from my own opinion, everyone who falsely put him in this position, try to get him locked up, he should do lawfare right back. To the same PA who tried to get him prosecuted and all that, knowing that it was thrown out before, but now he's redoing it again. He should do it back. All of them. Embarrass them in front of their families like they did to him. Not listen. Don't soundbite me and say everyone who didn't vote for him. That's not what I said.
No, you're
I said
live. You're live, right?
everyone who tried to sit here and falsely do what they did to get him in trouble should be prosecuted. They should do lawfare back. A lot of conservatives should stop being scared of being called names. You guys are scared of them calling you things while they do it to you. Do lawfare back.
Yeah.
Hey, me too, Sis Steve.
is still alive. I am shocked that this homo hasn't
We'll be the same without y'all.
You are one of the wickedest men in Philadelphia I've ever seen.
We have a
Hey, well, God
I
will
heard
kill
you with
one
the
day.
megaphone
It's just
today.
a matter of time, man. I don't want to talk to you. You're too reprobate.
Oh, no, he's bringing out the megaphone. Uh-oh, he's bringing out the megaphone. We got the pastor going.
What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of, Pastor? Pastor, what are you afraid of? Pastor, I'm going to follow you around and troll you, Pastor. The power of God is upon me, Pastor. I need my bike.
Uh-oh, someone's stealing your bike. This is the guy that was yelling earlier today.
Was it?
Yeah.
I've been trolling these guys for years.
So, really, I want to talk to you a little bit. We're live right now. We're talking to a bunch of people.
Where are you from?
My name's Nick Shirley,
Who are you from?
from the West Coast.
Okay.
And,
Left, right, in between, I don't care. I'm
I
just
just give
curious.
people a voice.
I'm just
But
curious.
I personally am right.
Speak.
Yeah, so what makes you excited about voting? Why are you excited to vote for Kamala Harris this year?
I'm not excited. I think they both suck. It's just the lesser of the two evils that I'm voting for. Simple as that. And as a gay man, the left doesn't want to take away my constitutionally given fucking rights. What's behind me? What's behind me?
Oh, boy.
Liberty Bell.
Thank you. And the right wants to do what to my constitutional rights as a gay man?
What do they
Thank
want to do?
you.
I'm like,
Have you ever Googled it? Why don't you just
haven't
listen?
Googled.
I'm not here to
Just talk to the
educate
people. Like, what are you?
Google it. Google right-wing anti-gay legislation, if you so choose. Is that patriotic? I was born in this fucking country. I was born on American soil.
What rights?
You're never going to take my rights because we have the Second Amendment too.
What rights are they trying to take away from gay people?
Just Google it. I'm not here to answer.
Right-wing-
I'm not going to do this.
What?
I'm not going to do this to you. Just Google it. Anti-gay Republican legislation. That's all you got to do.
Right-wing-
That's it. If you want to know, you will educate yourself, Mr. Patriots on the right, who have no problem.
What are you
taking
talking
away
about, you fucking
constitutional
weirdo?
rights from
Why
gay people
would we
just
go
because
out of our
suck
way
dick.
to learn about your
Let's be
gayness?
honest. No, honey, no. You
Are you
don't get to
kidding?
be shocked
You're
when
like
the right
2%
is trying to
of the
strip away my
population.
constitutional rights. You don't get to be shocked. Understood? Understood? Next.
You like sucking dick?
I love sucking dick, dude. Are you kidding me? It's great. You love eating pussy? You love eating, yes or no? Just yes or no.
I haven't done it yet.
You haven't eaten pussy yet?
No,
Do you like fucking pussy?
No, I'm a virgin.
How old are you?
22. I'm saving myself for marriage. I'm a godly man. Wow, that guy was intense. Booker T. Jones was a little shocked.
I was a little shocked at his remarks, and he got really mad at me, so.
I can't believe he asked that dude that question in front of his
That
mom.
was crazy.
wow.
I'm a religious man. What can I say?
Kind of weird.
Do you think they're going to take away gay rights?
I don't want to be on the internet. I know you do, but I'm a fan.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Stay off the internet, I guess. Wow, that was something. What's your shirt say? Protect public education. Wait, why?
Why couldn't that dude give us at least a couple? You know what I mean? Like, I'm sitting here looking, and I don't feel like fishing
You
through
got a
it.
shirt saying something.
Yeah, I know. I want to protect public education. Yes, I do. But I just don't want to get
I feel like he didn't know any.
like, help the youth out. Like, more education.
I believe we got to help the youth out. Help the youth. Help the youth. We just talked to a guy. That was crazy. You were shocked. Why were you so shocked?
Well, I was just shocked at what he said. You know, sometimes people just, I am a mom and a little bit older, and sometimes people just say stuff and it's like, whoo, that's shocking. So I just did the shock.
What's your son said?
The gay guy, he's over here getting mad at the preachers.
Shocked her more than anything.
What a stupid tactic right here. They're just trying to preach. This guy just puts out his own megaphone. He doesn't even allow him to speak. Just totally unright.
It's the same dude.
I don't think they should just be able to drown out the preachers with the microphones. And here we got.
No, it's a Tifa Punk move.
Who's best for PETA this year? Who's going to support PETA the most in this election?
She's a representative of PETA right there.
You got the shirt on, weirdo.
I'm gonna show you where she is, and she would love to talk to you too.
Okay, I would love to talk to her.
Girl. She travels all over the country.
Really?
What the fuck? PETA's weird.
Nice young men, but this gentleman would like to.
She can't. You can't talk. You're passing shit out. No, all I do is pass shit out.
Who's gonna support animal rights in the upcoming election more?
So no matter who is in the election, investing in better science is obvious. So we want the
They don't
next
trust
president
themselves.
to move away from using animals in laboratories and adopt the policies in our research modernization deal. Because just last year, the National Institutes of Health has wasted $22 billion taxpayer dollars on experiments where animals were burned, electroshocked, they were addicted to drugs, they were infected with deadly diseases, and much more. And none of these, most of these
He is
experiments
bullshit,
don't
dude.
produce treatments or cures for American patients.
They don't help animals at all.
Topic, well,
Actually,
it's still on topic because it has to do with
complete
animals.
bullshit.
Did you see the news of the Haitian immigrants eating the cats?
I did not.
Yeah.
No, and we're here to talk about animal. We're here to talk about animal experimentation.
Look. He gonna cut the clip up and make it seem like you wrong. But if you go up and push your own clip,
We
you gonna
live.
cook
We live.
him.
We
You
live.
gonna cook
The
him. It's
only
gonna be
thing
tragic.
wrong is
Look,
experimenting on
That
animals.
was already my clip, brother.
No vegan.
Chat. Look, Walter already did his job on homie, bro. It's cool. Like, bro, listen. What I want you to do: go back to the crib,
I'll
read
go
a
back
little
to the
bit,
crib.
read a little bit, do like some research.
Do you
and
also get
actually-
paid by the DNC?
Yeah.
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 That's sick. You too, brother.
Yeah, for sure. But what that got to do with anything, though?
Well, I don't get paid to promote what I want to promote.
Yeah, you do, bro. We already know the ins and the outs and everything. Like,
He just admitted to getting paid by the DNC. He's the second person.
Nick Shirley does not get paid by nobody.
That's wild.
Who are you?
This is my mother.
Oh.
And people even say that I get paid. We do not get paid.
She does her own.
So she raised you to do this?
She did not raise me to do this, but I did come out of her.
Yeah.
Who do you support?
I support Donald Trump.
Wouldn't you want someone like of your gender to be in like in the office?
No.
Why?
Why would you not?
What?
Because it doesn't matter what gender they are.
What the
thing to do?
No, it's not.
She's just trolling you.
Aren't you intelligent though?
Are you a troller? Are you like Walter?
Am I a troller?
Are you like Walter? Are you like Walter? You're like
You want
Walter.
to total ban on abortion? No exception.
Wait, hold on.
He didn't ban abortion.
Yo, is this like a thing though? Like, what I really wonder what the percentage of women that are gonna vote for it just because they think a woman would be any woman. It doesn't matter. Any woman, just a woman. We just need a woman in there. Like, what the fuck, bro? And people like this are thinking there are dudes out there that think that that's okay.
That's the ban abortion.
I'm asking you, do you want a total ban on abortion?
No.
It's going to happen.
No,
Do you
it's
know
not.
date right stuff?
You know.
Oh, I do know date right
Like,
stuff.
well, are you guys like
No,
have you guys gotten entangled or anything like that?
No, she has a happy husband.
No.
And that's your pop?
That's my
Yeah.
All right, let me see the other hat, bro.
See, he doesn't know anything about that. A family that isn't broken.
Bro, they got a happy, loving family over here. Fuck it, bro. Nick Sure? Fuck it.
I've been seeing
I don't switch sides.
Miss Sure?
Yeah, I don't switch sides.
All right, look, I'm fucking with y'all.
I just stick
Oh.
to the
Hey, what's up?
Oh,
guy.
shoot. Okay.
Stop the nuclear war since they love
We
me.
don't switch sides.
This nigga be
What's your name?
my name's Destin.
Destin, what's your YouTube?
Throw this.
What is it?
Throw this.
Throw this.
Yo!
Oh man, gotta love those internet trolls.
He's probably huge. Probably has 1 million subs.
Look at my mother. My mom can't contain herself when somebody goes after her. Wow. How long have we been going for? Let's keep talking to some of these folks out here outside of the debate. We got lots of people out here. I didn't even know the guy's name. He's like Troll something. But look at him. So this is what they do. They come into these things right now. He's got a Trump hat and then he has a Biden hat or a Harris hat on. And he's just here to cause chaos.
Or is it Troll Does? Yeah, I don't know, dude. You look quite in the homie.
I want to talk to this guy with the chain that was just yelling. Let's see. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir.
Better stop the nuclear war. Tell Trump, I could have told him 2 years ago that they were going to try to kill him. But now they shot him in the head because when it's time, and God spared him. But now he's talking about a blood war. His job is to stop the nuclear war since he got that rank of people following him all over the world.
Who's this guy yelling to? The cops?
They got
What are they
that
supposed to do
power.
about it?
And people follow and listen to him, but they've been finding enough of
This
God.
dude belongs in that fucking asylum.
Drop the missiles, ain't nobody gonna be hard.
Got the bunny ears.
I'm going to see my
Preaching to
father.
the cops.
The Philly cops they're good.
They're
good. No,
They give a whole ass on your ass.
no, they're good.
The city, I'm telling y'all give it, quit your job, because you don't want to lose your life on these knuckleheads. They ain't got nothing else better to do but keep killing and stealing from each other with the smartphone. So for them, there ain't gonna be no police in the United States or in Philadelphia.
No,
Y'all gonna quit.
No, Douglas.
The boss already got to stay over here. Get there, beer.
I support you, ma'am.
Yo,
That's not true. These are good people.
I didn't
These
say they're
are
good, bad,
people.
ugly. They going where you going, back to heaven. You trying to be a...
We're just talking. We're just talking.
No, don't compare this old lady. This old lady probably stealing my identity. She probably work at the bank. I ain't got no time in here.
No, this guy just said this whole...
Recognize. Come on, stop talking to me.
These are good
Stop talking to me.
people.
I'm not arguing with them.
They represent all of us.
Okay? Yeah. But they get ready to run out on you.
This lady reminds me of my mom in about 20 years.
No, look down.
Don't you want to go home?
He said, "Don't touch me."
Come on, miss.
They're
Back up.
diverse.
You want to be
They
recognized.
represent all of us.
You support the police, right?
Philly cops are good-hearted, good people. They're women, they're white men, they're black men. They represent all of us.
You like the Philly police? Do you feel safe with the Philly police?
He's clear flexing.
No, I've lived here for a while. My son and his family have lived here a while. They're good people.
You think the media portrays the police in a bad light?
Yeah, absolutely. It's just
guy.
disinformation.
Well, let's talk right here because it's super loud right there.
No,
Why is he moving?
Are good. Look at them. They're diverse. They're good
That was
people.
funny.
No, they are good people. I've lived here for a while. My son and my granddaughters live here. They're good people. Yeah.
The cops are kind of funny. She's drunk or something.
Grandma right here.
Yeah.
We love loving grandmas.
Grandma's drunk as shit.
My name's Nick Shirley.
So what?
It's my own channel.
What channel are you
Nick
on?
Shirley on YouTube.
What?
Nick Shirley on YouTube.
Oh, Philadelphia gets
Hills,
a bad rap,
baby.
but these people, they're good people.
The police
I know
officers.
that for a fact. I've lived here for a while.
A value of
They're
herself, man.
diverse. Look at them.
Dude, what is up with her arm?
They're white.
She lost a lot of weight, huh?
Asian. They're good people. Philly gets a bad rap
She got nunchuck.
for no reason at all.
Ma'am, I can tell you're a great grandma and you probably make really good cookies.
I'm a great grandma.
Great grandma.
Yeah, and a grandma.
Wow.
Yeah.
And your cookies on a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rank them?
73. You know why? Because Philly.
I can tell you're a great grandma. If women love to hear that.
But these people are good people. I know that for a fact.
Yeah. Thank you so much, ma'am. We appreciate it. And who are you supporting, Donald Trump or Kamala Harris?
Oh God, Kamala Harris. Yeah, Trump is a misogynist, hateful, fat person. And I didn't swear, did I?
No, Trump's a fat person.
No, he is a bad person.
Oh, I thought you said fat.
I'll say fat too.
He's fat. He's old.
Is he fat?
Horrible person. I mean, really? Is this? I mean, would you want this narcissistic, lying person representing the United States? No. No.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We appreciate it.
Another Harris voter.
One sec.
We don't have any station on you.
Nick Shirley on YouTube.
Really?
Yep, YouTube.
My 6-year-old and 10-year-old, they love YouTube.
Yep, I'm sure they do.
Yeah, we watch a lot of YouTube.
Thank you so much,
yeah,
ma'am. Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
Was that her dig on him? I'm a great grandma. Well, you make content for babies.
I wanted to apologize.
You little whippersnapper.
Trying to get the train of thought on their, ideas and whatnot, and obviously everybody kind of.
Yeah, you're all good. I appreciate you.
No problem.
You ever get that you look like Theo Vaughn?
I do. Actually, I just went to a show in Connecticut.
Oh, lucky you, man.
Do you know who this is?
Jill Stein.
I don't.
Yeah.
You do know who?
Yeah, she's somebody running that she's not going to win, but she might help get people to vote.
I heard that because they said it was Green Party. I know what that means.
Yeah, Green Party ain't going to win, right?
But,
even if they were the best person to win, they're not going to win because they're the Green Party.
Yep, and I guess the quick rundown I got on her was she's not funded by the big corporations. And I was like, oh, cool. Well, it's good enough for me to walk around with a sign, and so I figured I wanted to come ask you specifically if you knew who it was, because I figured the people that are doing videos and stuff out here, I would assume are a little more up to date on all the candidates.
Yeah, sadly, I'm not that up to date with Jill Stein, but hey, I appreciate you, brother.
No problem.
Thank you.
What's your name?
Nick Shirley. All right, we're gonna head over to this guy. I gotta talk to somebody because I did kind of get roasted by that one lady about Trump being a convicted felon, and I want to see if somebody else knows better than I do because I didn't go to law school. I'm a college dropout. What can I say? Kind of a college dropout. How's it going, sir?
Loser.
I need your help.
What?
Today, a liberal came at me because they're saying that Donald Trump is a convicted felon and that he deserves to be in prison and that he shouldn't be running for president. Do you believe that Donald Trump was actually convicted and is guilty of those charges?
If the person had any brain, he was relieved of all the charges. If you watch the news, he was relieved of all his charges. The current charges got postponed, and he always is. You know,
He's true in the debate? I
impeach
don't think
this.
so.
He was impeached as president. He was a felon.
Go for it.
You know, it's like, come on. It's like, you know what I mean? How do these people believe this stuff? You know what I mean? When, you know what I mean? You got other people's family members doing stuff. Biden, I don't want to say no names. You know, everybody's a criminal. We're all criminals till you get
And
caught.
do you think it's strange that they brought up crimes that literally happened 10, 20 years ago?
Yeah. I mean, you know, his stupid tweets, his stupid things that he says, that's about like the worst thing about him.
Should I get back out there? Should I get
He's a
current?
businessman. We're hoping that, you know, economy gets better. That's the only thing I'm
Right,
saying.
fuck
I
it.
don't think Kamala's going to do it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's the reason I'm with Donald Trump. That's all. I need things better. You know what I mean? It's not about who's a criminal, who's a rapist, somebody's walking around, grab her by the what. You know what I mean? It's like, come on, grow up.
That was
grow
all
up. Yeah, grow up. You know what I mean? It's like, who's going to do a better job? That's all that matters. Not who you are, not racial, not gender. She's a lady.
Yeah, so if you were speaking to a Kamala voter, so if you were speaking, let me think. So if you're speaking to a Kamala voter, what would you say to her or him to try to get them to vote for Donald Trump?
I would clearly state that I don't think she's going to be able to do what he can. You know what I mean? She says, I'm going to get you a car, I'm going to buy you a house, we're going to get you a loan for a house, we're going to get you a small business. Will never happen. You know what I mean? This is the city of Philadelphia. You might believe that, but you know they're looking for another whatever donation they gave to the people. You know what I mean? Stupidity. Like, just go work, get a job. It's that simple. I got my own house, I got my own car. I don't need nobody to do it for me.
Yeah, but when the government gets more involved in our lives, such as giving us money to buy a house, giving us money to buy a car, or giving us, I mean, some people do need food stamps, but giving us all these stuff, all these freebies, you think they're, in a way, just slowly progressing to take away our rights and take away our own privileges to own?
Absolutely, because then people fall for that. You know what I mean? It's just, they still do nothing. You know what I mean? They're still going home. You got to stay home to get it. You're not going to work. If you go to work, they don't give you anything. That's what all my friends say. You know what I mean? I'm paying your taxes, giving you your free food. You know, just go to work every day. Like I said, I'm almost retired. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm good. You know what I mean? You create your own life. Do what you got to do, what you want to get, where you want to go. But as far as the politics, you know, like you asked me first, what would I tell Kamala supporter? I don't think she can do it. You know, she's already been in 3 years with Biden. What did she do? You know, what did Biden? You know what I mean? They're claiming Biden did a bunch of stuff. I don't see it. Bidenomics. They say it on TV. Bidenomics cost everything double. Bidenomics is not working. You know, it's not working. You know what I mean? And she says that, and then that's his ad, you know, contradicting it. You know, it's, you know, selling all that nonsense. You know what I mean? It's like,
well, I really do appreciate your shirt. I like the shirt. Pretty fire. Where'd you get it?
5-6 years ago.
5-6 years ago. It's pretty dope. I like it. I like it. Thank you so much, sir. Appreciate it. We got some people over here yelling Kamala's America. Getting a little, let's see what they got going on. Thank you for the photo. Go ask that guy who he was. You just take a photo of himself. I don't care. But whatever. Oh no. Kamala's America. Preborn child. Oh, I can't show this on the internet. I can't show this on the internet because I'll get blocked. But Trump's America's Hitler. What do you mean by Trump's America's Hitler?
That's not my quote. It's J.D. Vance's quote.
Yeah.
And what J.D. Vance meant was that Trump is a Hitler figure in America. And I'm just mimicking what his vice president is has first proclaimed him as, and has now become his vice president.
And now do you back that statement that Trump is America's Hitler?
He seems to be right now with Project 2025 and all of the other, takeover of democracy activity. Sure.
How many times do you think Donald Trump needs to come out and say he's not part of Project 2025 for people to believe that he's not part of it? Just walks away. Walks away. Trump says he's not part of Project 2025. I don't think he is. And yeah, people just don't want to buy the fact that he's not part of Project 2025 because literally Kamala Harris is running on a few things. Abortion, Project 2025, and that she's going to start to solve Bidenomics. But the grand part of what they're trying to bash on is Project 2025. But Trump says he's not part of it. Ooh, we just dodged a boot from a bird. Thank you, officers. What time are the Palestinian protesters going to come through?
Next hour or so, probably.
Next hour. How many people do you think are coming?
Don't know.
Don't know. Can we expect a few thousand?
Don't know.
Don't know. I bet a lot. We'll see, I guess, right?
It's a big ass cop.
Somebody's live here on Kick. No, fascist Trump the whole.
Why are Democrat dudes a little fucking
Palestinian protesters are coming through.
beta
What time is it right now? Palestinians are coming through.
in general?
6:30. So they should be coming through in just a moment. Palestinian protesters.
What?
Let's see what he's going to say.
What is that?
Don't let the brainwash get to you. Don't let the brainwash get to you.
I want to be a Democrat because it's the gay party.
The whole damn system's got to go. 1, 2, 3,
Beta party, bro.
Slavery, genocide, and war. 5, 6, 7, 8.
It's the party of BLM.
My name's Nick. I'm from the West Coast. So what do you do? Yeah, we're just talking to people, giving them a voice to see. We're just talking to people, giving them a voice to either promote or to say what they support out here.
We're here to say that we stand for revolution to get rid of this system because it's a source of all the suffering in the world today. You know, it's a profit.
I know, that's why
it's a system that's
I
bringing
see
the world to a
it
brink of disaster. Bringing the world to a
right
brink of
here.
disaster. You know, the environmental crisis that moves towards world war. We have to get rid of this whole system. And Trump is a fascist. Kamala Harris is a war criminal.
Not
Democrat.
moving
The
yet,
Democrats are
though.
writing the genocide in Gaza. We need a whole new way to live a fundamentally different system. That's our message.
Is he with them?
When you say Trump is a fascist, what is a fascist for those people that do not know what a fascist is? For those that do not know what a fascist is, what is
He
a
wants
fascist?
to impose unbridled dictatorship over the people. He's talking about people calling out the National Guard and the police against people who are demonstrating. He's talking about making it a crime to burn the American flag. He's a fascist in his ideology, hatred of immigrants. You know, it's like Nazi.
Fascist in ideology. You have to use.
The hatred towards women. This is fascism. Two things. One, you know, he wants to escalate the terror of this system against the people. And two, it's an ideology of hatred towards people of color, towards women, and he denies the climate crisis.
System.
This is what he is, an out-and-out fascist. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Has to use the government
I do not understand that part. We got somebody rolling around the ground.
with like a forceful. Right?
Everyone's being pretty crazy out here.
You would have to use the army against the people or something. Fascist, really, wouldn't it?
Trump. We've been talking to a lot of people, a lot of Kamala supporters. What would you say to the average Kamala supporter to get them to vote for Donald Trump?
She's a socialist. We don't need, she said, and I quote, we have to oversight
social media sites, oversight, meaning there's no freedom of speech. If you are an American, you know that America is freedom of speech. No, not any other country like that. And when Kamala says, get rid of freedom of speech, you like that?
No, I do not.
I don't.
I love free speech. That's why we're out here talking.
That's why. Exactly.
If you don't have the freedom of press, you don't have no freedom of speech. So
you don't have America then. You don't have freedom of speech. That's it. It's the end of America. Back to USSR. Remember Beatles?
I know. Where are you guys from?
Philly. We live in Philadelphia, but originally I'm from.
Come right here, brother.
Hey, Trump.
And should we get more and more thanks to Elon Musk for saving? A lot of people say Elon Musk is helping save freedom of speech. Live by Twitter. You know about Twitter?
He's done very well. He's done very good job. I think Elon Musk is he's genius, of course. There's no question about it. But he did what nobody could do.
That's why I'm not seeing him walk.
And for everybody.
How old are you, man?
I'm 22.
22, me as well. And with all the college students that are going to these colleges, they feel like they're very educated in a lot of ways. They feel like, well, technically, this, that, and they believe that Kamala Harris will be best for president. And do you go to college right now?
I graduated from Temple last year.
Okay.
And, you know,
say inside these colleges, there's a lot of trying to indoctrinate the students.
I agree, and a lot of it is like you got a lot of professors where, you know, professors are supposed to educate students, are supposed to educate people, but some professors take it to the next level where they push too much of their personal beliefs into the classroom, and that's why we're having this big crisis right now. You know, Trump talks about all the time where, you know, we got to make education be focused on education, right? We got to make education, bring it back to the parents and everything. We can't be having these radical ideologies in our schools, and these radical ideologies are coming from some of these people who are high up in the administration of these schools and the hierarchy of our universities across the United States. And also, not only that, a lot of these professors are pushing, like, you know, you got to have freedom of speech and freedom of ideas in the classroom. That's a big thing. And no, I like to have civil debates and civil with my fellow college classes. But the big thing is that politics are so polarized and divided right now. And the big thing that I've been trying to tell a lot of my friends on the other side of the aisle is that, like, just have some common sense, like, sit and listen without being hostile. You can't believe everything that the news media says. You got to look at the facts and everything. And one of my biggest things is that, you know, the choice for the presidency this year is Clay or Stay. You have two incumbents running against each other. If you look on paper, which 4 years you were better off? Like, you know, we're still in a recession, pretty much as I call it in this country right now. You know, the job reports are still low. Students like myself are coming out of college like, how can we ever afford a house? A report that I read recently, I think it was the Wall Street Journal, or one of them said that the average age to buy a house in America is 49. It's like, and that's millennials and Generation X we're talking about here. It's like for Generation Z, we're going to be 90 by the time we buy a house. It's like,
you buy a house?
No, I can't.
It's getting hard.
You know, like I'm very thankful that I have no student loans before. My brothers and sisters who got 150,000 loans, and I pray for them every day. It's like, you're never going to be able to start a family. We're never going to have that American dream. And, you know, the one thing that we had under the Trump administration was that stability. You know, prices were lower, the cost of gas is lower. And the big thing about my friends on the other side of the aisle about the climate crisis, like, yes, you know, the earth is getting warmer by a mixture of, you know, other countries not having, you know, proper regulations. But if you look into it, natural gas is one of the cleanest ways of energy. We got to bring our energy down this back here. If we do that, you're going to see the price of transportation, railroads, airfare, all that stuff go down, which is then going to bring the prices of our economy down and everything.
A lot of times I worry about when they say, oh, let's bring climate change down. America's only 5 to maybe less than 5% of the population of the world. Meanwhile, we have India, China,
which they're about
a lot more.
Them two combined make about 65, 70% of the pollution in the world. They're the ones that got the old-fashioned.
What is going on? Is there a cat there?
What we need to do is we got to pump, like Trump says, drill, baby, drill. We got to pump. We got the fourth biggest reserve under us in the world. Our feet here. We got to use that to our advantage and take that and sell it to these other countries and educate them so that they can keep up with it and everything. And the other thing that, you know, I'm very concerned about this election is all the wars that are going on in our world. You know, under the Trump administration, we came to the closest of world peace everywhere in the world. Like, I'm a big believer in the Bible. I'm a Catholic and everything. In Revelation hint that, like, you know, the second coming of Christ is going to come, you know, based on either A, how peaceful things are in the world, or B, how crazy things are. And we were at a point where, you know, the Middle East was so stable. Now you have Israel, Hamas. We're coming around the 1-year anniversary where I have a lot of, you know, friends that are Jewish and their families are in Israel. I remember living through college of them dealing with the anti-Semitism that was happening. You got Ukraine and Russia that's been going on for almost 3 years now. Like, under Trump, you didn't have any of these issues. And my big fear is that if you get Kamala in the White House, you know, the world's going to burn even more, potentially maybe China and Taiwan and other things. Because you got all these.
Russia, Ukraine, what's happening in Israel, and then a word that most people don't really talk about that's very close to the brink of war is China and Taiwan.
Right. And that's the thing that the media has been talking about a lot.
About 3/4 of the world will be at war, and we're just missing the point.
We're almost living another era of World War II here, where you had Germany that wanted to be the dictatorship and start taking over Europe. Then you had Japan. It's almost the same thing. Like, I'm a big believer. History repeats itself. And that's why elections have consequences, you know? Trump had an election by this much in 2020. You know, the pandemic, that and other things made him end up losing by that much. I think this time, you know, people are starting to wake up, you know? It's clear to say, like I said, which 4 years are you better off? Because we can't have another 4 years like this. We're not going to have a country anymore. And that's the big thing I've been telling a lot of people in our age group who are 18 to 30 years old. They can't, you know, their parents
in the water
are like indoctrinating and flushing this stuff down your mouth. You can't have an open mindset and everything. And I was at a campaign event yesterday with the David McCormick campaign, and there was tons of independents and Democrats, our age group at that event. That says something. There's a lot of energy.
Right now. I appreciate you. I can tell you're very educated on it. I'm just ask you one more question. Do you think with Donald Trump being convicted of 34 felonies, do you believe that Donald Trump will serve time, or do you think that he was actually guilty?
I don't believe he's guilty at all. Like, if you just look at the evidence, like the DA's office of New York and the DOJ office in New York, you could tell this was like what Trump calls it, a witch hunt. This is a way for the Democrats to go after Trump to try to minimize his chances. And you know what? And I love when the Democrats on the other side keep going over Trump, because it's just making his base grow even more. Because if it was the other way around, you would not see the Republicans doing this. If it was a different candidate chair, you would not. They know the momentum of the Trump base. They know the momentum of the MAGA movement. And you can't look at the felony count on anything. At the end of the day, the Supreme Court's going to overturn that, because the other thing I really want to highlight is that you had a judge that was overseeing that trial who should accuse himself. His daughter is a big backer of Biden and Harris. There's evidence and everything. When you're somebody who's in law and somebody who's in the legal field, you can't put yourself in a situation like that. You got to, you know, exit backstage left. And, you know, and that those mistakes of the judge and everything shows that Trump was not giving a fair trial and everything. Especially on something that happened in his personal life with this hush money quote payment thing and everything. You know, it's crazy. Like, there's so much, like, politics gets dirty and everything, right? And I believe we're living in a time where politics are more dirty, but you can have people go dig into Biden's closet and Kamala's closet, you're going to see skeletons far worse than Trump. And the big thing I look at is that, things people did in their personal life should not come up 40, 50 years down the road. And, and they're trying to use their power, the DOJ, which under the Biden administration, to go after Trump and everything. So,
hey, I appreciate you, brother. You doing what you're doing?
Of course. What news network?
Make sure on YouTube.
YouTube.
Yeah, make sure you're live. You're just preaching for about 10 minutes.
I know I'm live on YouTube, so thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Good man right there. Spoke with common sense, and he was able to ramble, and it all made sense. Somehow, when you speak the truth, it just makes sense. Let's move over here. The Palestinians, I don't know where they're at. We got people chatting press right now. How's it going, sir? Palestinians over here. Who's this guy right here? Sir? He must be a local here in Philadelphia. Must be a popular guy right there. I don't know, but he looks like that's just a this is just a preview. I don't know when the Palestinian protesters are coming through, but they should be coming through. This is just a preview. You know when the Palestinian protesters are coming through?
I tried getting to them, but I got to
where they at?
I wish I could.
Are they coming through?
Maybe, to be honest, I think I just done up with them.
Say that again?
I think I just done up with them.
Okay, but they are coming? Probably. They're probably coming. Let's go over here. We got more people. We got Trump people. We still got 2 hours till the debate even starts. The debate starts at 9 o'clock. That's a late debate, especially if you're on the West Coast. We got people over here.
Oh my gosh, I was so confused right there. Because Mama's tail was, her whole fucking rear end was drenched, dude. So I was like, what the fuck is going on, Mama? Because I was at the window. I was right at the camera watching her. And, like, her whole ass is wet. And I'm thinking, damn, did the flea medication I give her, like, cause some sort of reaction or something? What the fuck is going on? But then I looked at that, I was looking at the water bowl, and I think that leaf came off her butt or something, off her tail. She like sat in the water bowl a little bit, I think, and that's why it splashed, because there's not much water in there now. I think she got her butt in it or something. Man, what just happened? But yeah, she's right out there right now. Where is she? Go already? Can't tell. Oh man. I needed to come past her. I've already left. 5:30. I wonder if I should start putting out a little wet food at 5:30.
Trump saves America.
5 o'clock.
The sign says God save Trump. Trump saves America. Interesting. I like it. Do you speak English, sir? No English. From Japan.
Anyway.
Anybody speak English? Oh, you speak English? A little bit. And where are you from?
Yeah, from Japan.
And you?
From Tennessee.
Okay. And do you support? Do the Chinese people and the Asian community support Donald Trump?
This is from Japanese people.
Japan. Yeah. So they support Donald Trump.
Yeah. And one person is from Korean person. Korea.
Yeah. Thank you very much, sir.
What company?
Nick Shirley. Huh? I want to see. Look at this side. Nick Shirley, thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Down with dictators.
Found in the street.
You like it though?
Of course.
You believe Donald Trump's a dictator?
He wants to be.
You think he'll actually succeed in becoming a dictator if that's what he actually wants to do?
It's a slippery slope, man. But you know what? One of my favorite Schoolhouse Rock songs is No More Kings.
No More Kings.
That hall right over there is where we declared no more kings.
You think it's time for a queen? Like Kamala? Queen?
It would be the first female president. Sure.
Does that excite you having a female president?
You know what? It excited me in 2016, and quite frankly, right now it's kind of come to pass. So I don't really think it's about necessarily her being a woman. It's just about who's most qualified and who's going to lead us in a new direction.
And you think she's the most qualified candidate?
I do.
With her track record as vice president, do you think she has more? Do you think she deserves the role more than Donald Trump did when he was
president? Yeah, I believe that Donald Trump has showed that he is not qualified to be president, especially with what he did at the end of his presidency and what he's been doing lately. So that's it. I'm off for now.
Thank you so much.
These people are saying America was never great, so we need to say America isn't great.
These people are chanting America was never great. What's your message to people chanting America was never great?
People are saying America was never great, then I say adios. You don't like it? They're free to come right here and talk. I don't know if they'd be free to talk in other places.
I hate when people complain about America. Yet they're here in America. They don't want to be here and get out, right? Get out here if you're not here in America.
Revolution, nothing less. From Palestine to the USA. Real revolution is the way.
Come on, new revolution.
The hell with Harris talk to me. America was never great. America was never great. 1, 2, 3, 4.
America was never great. They don't like America. They should just go away.
5, 6, 7, 8.
Let's see.
America was never great.
What's going on? Yeah, I am YouTube. Nick Shirley. And if America was never great, are you guys with them?
I'm here for Palestine.
When are all the Palestinian protesters coming through? When are all the protesters coming?
I feel like Palestine, Israel, innocent lives shouldn't be on the line, like for no reason at all.
They shouldn't. If America was never great, why don't you guys leave?
That is the most stupid thing I've heard today.
Oh, you're chanting.
Because we're here. We're the Welcome Corps for the emancipation of humanity. And why are we here? To bring you the message. To get out of the bourgeois electoral bullshit of fascist, woman-hating, immigrant-bashing, environmental plundering, Donald fascist Trump. And the bourgeois electoral bullshit of mass incarcerator.
All right, they obviously aren't trying to talk. We got this guy right here. How you doing, brother? Let's give you the mic. Let's give you the mic. You got the abandoned hairs right here. So we're chatting. America was never great. America was never great. Shouldn't they just leave?
You would think, but they ain't never gonna do it because number one, they all talking no action. They like them celebrities that said they was gonna leave back in 2016 and they never did. They still here to this day. They just all talk. They hate America so much, nobody stopped them from leaving. This ain't North Korea where you can't leave.
Exactly. They should leave. If they're talking about America, they don't like it, and they're disrespecting America, they have the right to leave America.
Yep, but they're not gonna do it. They all talk. And
if they were in another country, such as say they were in Iran or another country, they wouldn't even have the right to be out in the streets protesting.
The government, because they got slaughtered. They got slaughtered. And my thing is, America's not a perfect country. We don't have a perfect history, but we come a long way. We have progressed. We have progressed. So, like I said, we are a good country. We are a great country. We got. If this country is so bad, why we got millions of people from all over the world coming over here to be part of America? If it's so bad, come on. We live in the internet age. The world ain't that damn dumb. Come on now.
That's a good point. America is so bad. Why do millions, literally tens of millions of people want to come here?
They sacrifice everything they have, go through the cartel to come to this country, go through a river to get soaking wet, run from border patrol, sleep through a border. They put in so much effort to come into this country. Why? Because they know it's good. So these people, they can preach their message all they want, but at the end of the day, actions speak louder than words. If you are not going to put those words into action, shut up. But then again, exercise your First Amendment right.
Exactly. If you're obviously for Donald Trump, right?
Yep.
If you're talking to a Kamala supporter, what would you say to her in the simplest terms, speaking common sense to try to get her to vote for Donald Trump?
Oh, I ain't gonna try to get her to vote for Donald Trump. If you ain't old enough to realize to do your own research, that's on you. I did my research because you talking to somebody 4 years ago. I didn't know what a Republican was or a Democrat was. But as more research I did, more videos I watched, I said, okay, so I'm not voting Democrat because they've been with us for 50 years and ain't done nothing for the black community. More than that. And the Republican Party, they're not good at marketing themselves. I'm be honest, the Republican Party, they're not good at marketing themselves. And honestly, I'm gonna throw this message out here. Get term limits. Get all these old heads out of office. Get more newer, impressionable people in office. Not weak-minded, easily manipulated people. We don't want none of them. People that can be bought out. That's why I like Donald Trump. He was already rich. He can't be bought out. He speaks for the people. I felt 2016 when he got elected, man, I never felt so empowered in my life. And all the celebrities that was against him, the mainstream media, and he triumphed. He triumphed it all. I said, yeah, I want to be that. He triumphed everybody. I said, yo, I feel empowered.
Yeah. How empowered do you feel when Donald Trump got shot? He stood up, he said, fight.
Bruh, I said, there is a God. There is a God. But I said, when he was like that, a lot of people try to say his stage and all that. I think it was a setup by the Secret Service to try to get him killed from within the government, the deep state to try to get him killed. That's just my belief. But you can't tell me that route was slow. But Thomas, big forehead ass Crooks was able to get his ass up there and go like this and take a shot and get his fucking head blown off. Excuse my language.
Well, brother, we appreciate you. That's right. That's my. Hey, appreciate you.
Trump 2024.
Awesome, brother. Appreciate it. We love men that speak with common sense.
Yeah, I got enthusiasm. I'm not hiding no more. Yeah. Get Kamala Harris. I'm done with her. She's a DC politician. No more.
Yeah. Appreciate it, brother. Appreciate it. Wow, these people have been out here for a very long time, and I want to see these protesters are coming through. But if they do not come through in the next 5 minutes or so, we'll end the stream and we will show you it in tomorrow's video. Because we're uploading a whole other video tomorrow. We're gonna go for 5 more minutes, see if any Palestinian protesters come through. Because if they come through, it's gonna be a big old wave of all of them. What do you think about what that guy was saying? He spoke with common sense. He's a good man. Felt empowered.
He's got a lot of enthusiasm. What I did like about him is he said like several years ago he didn't even know what a Republican or a Democrat was, and I think a lot of people they're seeing what's going on, and a lot of people are educating themselves and learning about government and how it's led, and I think it's really good. I think it sparked a whole new generation of people who want to learn and who are interested in how our government is run. And I do support what he said. Term limits. They need to be out. Politicians that have been in here for a gazillion years and are millionaires off of us. That is not right. They need to be out. There should be term limits, and they shouldn't be able to stay in every year after year. But people vote for the same person year after year after year. We've even heard people say, when Biden was running, well, I'm just going to vote for him because he's in right now. Just let him have another turn. Or Kamala Harris, well, she's already done it. She knows what to do, so we're just going to vote for her. And I don't really think that's the right way of thinking. There need to be term limits, and yeah, that's my thoughts. That guy has a lot of positive energy.
Yeah, we like that positive energy. I don't like that negative energy that sometimes we get from some of these people out here.
Like the negative energy that's right behind us.
Oh yeah, they were so mad. They're like, that's the stupidest thing I ever heard. We're the only ones chanting America is horrible. I'm asking them to get out of here.
Chant that America's horrible. It just makes me just feel sick inside. I'm like, then get out of here if you don't like it.
They're more than welcome in Russia. Russia is actually opening their doors to people. True fact. Or Venezuela, you go to Venezuela, see what's actually like to learn into dictatorship. We try a lot of things. It's a Philly thing. How you doing, man? We got just people have been out here for hours, just talking everywhere. We got some guys with music. I really just want these Palestinian protesters to come through here. Palestinian protesters. We got some guys out here that are they're taking the stage and they're just being DJs out here. Hey, look at this guy. This man we talked to. Straight positive vibes out here.
Better see live.
Where are you gonna see him live at?
If you about to come here.
Trump's about to come through?
Yeah, they say he just got off the plane when I was checking on YouTube on live. They say he's coming off the plane right now. I hope I'm right, bro. I want to see that man live.
You think he's gonna come through here?
No, he better, because I'm telling you, he better come through live, bro. I'm about to.
When did Trump get off the plane?
It was it's about 30 minutes ago. They say his plane was parked. I checked on a live stream on YouTube. I didn't watch the full video. I gotta look for it again. But they said he saw getting off the plane. See what's going on. I hope I'm right.
That would be crazy if Trump came through right here.
It would. I'm be honest. I hope he comes through right here. What is that? Oh, that's not a convoy. That's not a convoy. My eyes are deceiving me. I'm seeing a bunch of SUVs. I'm like,
you're dreaming, Trump,
right? I was like, is that a convoy? So I'm about to say, that's Trump. I'm about to say, shout out Trump.
Shout out Trump.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
On God.
Love it. Wow, we just love the good energy. We love when people give us good energy. I love it. I'll get some water. Been out here since 12 today, you guys. Not sure if you can see it in the video, but they do have reinforced fencing around this whole entire perimeter of this building, and they even have horses on the lawn to make sure nobody hops over the fence. It's not just one fence; it's 2 lines of fencing to make sure that people can't come through. And then there's even more fencing if you take another block. There's even more fencing. So a lot of fencing. When they say they can't protect stuff, like they can't protect the border, they can't put a wall to close the border. They can do it because they're doing a lot of walls around the debate tonight. Let's see if we got any more people coming through. We got the Palestinian protesters. I'm waiting for them. The Palestinian protesters, when they come through, they make their voices known. They're loud. Do you guys know when the Palestinian protesters are coming through, or where they're at right now? Have you guys heard about them coming through? They're going to start at Capitol Hill. Nothing? All right, let's ask a few more officers if they know if Palestinian protesters are coming through. Ma'am, you know if the Palestinian protesters are coming through?
I don't know what it is.
You know when the protesters are starting to come through? When the Palestinian protesters are coming through? When the Palestinian protesters are coming through?
No, they don't tell us that.
They don't. You guys haven't got anything on the radio or anything? Nothing yet. You probably just missed. Well, the big like when they all come. Big, bro. Yeah, like 1,000 of them. That's what we heard. You guys heard anything?
Yeah,
you got a pretty cool job to be able to smoke a cigar.
Cool job. I'm out here. Might as well do something.
You might as well do something. And
just relaxing for.
So what time do you think people will be out here?
Say again?
So what time do you think people will be out and about?
I would say probably until slightly after the debate is over. Then people just disperse.
Okay. Awesome. We appreciate what you guys do. Great job, sir. Yeah! Look at those guys. Oh, wow.
Shirley, my chat's gonna come find.
Hey, what's good?
It's Black Ass Day. What's good, buddy?
How you doing?
We out here trying to get some perspectives from the people. We streaming. Came from New York City.
Really came all the way from New York. What do you think so far? We've been talking to a lot of people today. We probably talked to a couple hundred.
And where have y'all came from?
Me, we come all the way from the West Coast, brother.
Shout out to YouTube. We don't kick with it though. Shout out to YouTube. You know what I'm saying? You from the West Coast?
Yes, sir.
So you came out here. What would you say your feeling is being on the East Coast, seeing this event like this? What would you say your feeling is?
We talked to a lot of people yesterday, and the majority of them are going to be voting for Kamala.
Right.
Which kind of surprised me. But yesterday, we went out to like the farmlands of Pennsylvania. Everybody was for Trump. But everybody here inside the city is for Kamala.
Yeah, they have the like the farmlands, like the prairie.
Amish land, they're out there. They're all for Trump. They want to talk on camera. They're all for
So
Trump.
the city folk are more for Kamala. Even in New York City, you'll see blue this, blue that. Then if you travel upstate, you'll see more red. So we out here just getting to talk with the people, man.
Hey, you got to talk to them.
Yeah,
who are you going to be supporting, brother?
Say again?
Who are you going to be supporting?
My whole family is voting for Trump. I'll just leave it at that. So that is what it is.
Where are you from?
New York City, born and raised. Yeah. I went to his rally in the Bronx.
Really, we gotta go check it out. I hear that. I hear that the migrants are cooking rats on shopping carts.
They're fucking doing whatever the fuck they want to do out there. And no holds bars, living with no limits. That's how it is right now. A lot of crazy crime we've never seen before. The city is fucked. I'm not gonna lie.
Did you see the migrants cooking rats and stuff out on shopping carts? Have you seen those yet?
I think I smelled it. I don't know if I seen it, but I think I smelled it.
Yeah, they're getting mad, right? Now over in Green Hill, Ohio, they got the Haitians that are killing cats and eating ducks.
It's getting gross. And there's no one telling them to stop, slow down, chill. They're just free will, wilding the fuck out. Just nasty work, bro. Just nasty.
You know what I'm saying? Support the third world to get the third world.
Because you know they live by trade. So they go outside, blanket on the floor, a whole bunch of bullshit on it, like trying to make a buck, and it's nasty, bro.
Oh look, we got the helicopter coming. We got the chopper coming. That means they're surveying for somebody.
Yes, sir.
One of the cannons could be rolling through.
Nick Shirley in the building, chat.
Shirley, what's your name?
Black Ass Dave.
Black Ass Dave.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate you, brother.
Good to meet you, man. Hell yeah. I'll see you. We'll be around here. We'll come around and shit. If you really want to come to the city, go hit me up, bro.
Okay, send me a direct message on Instagram.
Okay, I got you. Good to meet you, man.
Appreciate you, man. She's the mother. Booker T. Jones. Everybody loves her on the internet.
Very nice to meet you.
I'm just trying to figure out if these Palestinian protesters are going through or not.
They were in New York the other day. They climbed up on the bridge yesterday.
Yeah.
Put a whole big flag. They climbed up on one of New York City's most popular bridges.
Bro, someone in the chat said Black Ass Dave rules.
Shout out to the chat, man. Shout out to YouTube. Nick Shirley in the building. It's cool, mom. Shout out to everybody. We out here, man.
You know who Walter Masterson is?
No.
Okay, good.
Who's that?
Oh, he's just a man that tried to roast me on the internet. And he went after Booker T. Jones. But Booker T. Jones stood on the and she roasted him.
Right.
Thank you for her being a member. I really appreciate it.
Cool family. Y'all some cool people. Y'all.
Yeah,
Nice to meet y'all.
streaming.
Okay.
You got it, brother.
I'm gonna DM you too.
All right, do it, brother. You as well. Peace out. Okay, we got the choppers coming through. We got the choppers coming through. Trump might be coming through. Trump might just be coming back in. Everybody loved him. Hey, thank you all who are thank you to everybody that has become members here. If you check on the top of the chat where it's pinned, you can become a member, support the channel for just 99 cents, or you can buy me an energy drink. I think it's like $2.99 or $2.99. We appreciate anybody who becomes a channel member here. And everybody that's watching the videos, love you all. If you aren't subscribed yet, you're watching this live right now, subscribe. But we got choppers coming. We got not just one, we got 2 or 3 choppers going around. Somebody's probably coming through right now. Man. Nick Shirley. Are the Palestinian protesters coming through? They are? Are the protesters coming?
We're just here to support.
Where are you guys from?
We're from West Philly. We're from West Philly.
You guys Muslim?
Yeah.
Muslim? Awesome. That's cool.
What do you think about Islam?
Islam?
It was shit.
Well, actually,
Mama's
like, really,
ass is covered in shit right now. I don't know. It's either the dry food or it's the flu medication, probably, that I gave this morning. I feel really bad. It wasn't the water, dude. That's why I had to rinse everything down, because it was that spot that I rinsed off was a shit spot. Dude, her whole rear end has diarrhea all over it. How does that even happen? What the fuck, man? No, it was shit, dude. That was definitely shit. I smelled it on the I wiped a bowl on it, and I got it kind of close to my face, and it was the flies were eating it and everything. But I mean, she might. Oh, what are you saying? I should throw the water out too? I mean, her butt should be okay. Oh, dude. Fuck, dude. That's a leaf that's in the water, though. I put out some wet food. But how does a cat just shit all over itself like that? Is that something you've heard of?
Their beliefs are really well. Like I like the you guys don't drink alcohol. You guys don't eat no sex before marriage, right? Like I like the very traditional values. But like me, like I'm religious, right? But, I'm actually a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And so when I was just in London, and when they have a problem because a lot of Muslims are coming in and yeah, they're stabbing people. But the thing is, like Muslims they're not like cultivating and becoming part of the communities there in London, so they're kind of getting mad about that.
But that's not part of the
Yeah, the Londons believe that Islam are really trying to push Sharia law upon them and upon their society, so they kind of like mad about that. But I don't have any issues with Islam or anything, right? But it's like how you probably want me to put your religion on. You guys, I don't want to put religion on money, but walk around, support however you want to support, and you're in America, so we got to freedom of religion. That's the greatest thing, right? But I do think it's important that people do have a religion, they do follow a God, whether it be Allah or Jesus Christ or God himself. But I think it's important that people do follow back to religion.
Or believe in anything like Christianity, Buddhism, Islam, there could be nothing about there. There's be nothing. Quick question, so y'all believe like Jesus Christ is God? Like, I need an overview on your...
No, I believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God.
Yes. That Jesus Christ is like a messenger.
Yeah, we believe Jesus Christ is a prophet, right?
Yeah, like a prophet.
Yeah, we believe that he's the savior as well. Interesting stuff, right? Religion, it's a cool thing. It's a cool thing. It helps people. It helps people. Have a great rest of your guys' night.
Who are you guys here for?
Me?
Yeah.
You're born and horny.
Amen. I'm gonna be honest. Here for the queen.
I've seen you on YouTube.
Fuck. I tried. What's your name?
Nick Shirley.
Nick Shirley, Jay.
Jimmy.
Who are you here for?
I don't have like you guys do.
Look at her. She's calling you guys out.
So at least
One person.
you stick to one person?
Yep, I
It
do.
depends like how I wake up. Horny or not horny?
Don't talk to my mother like that.
Oh, it's actually your mother?
That's my mother.
She's beautiful.
Well, cool. I wouldn't want to have an ugly mom, so.
Damn straight. I can respect that. I'm sorry, I didn't know that was your mom. I mean, no disrespect. You have a great day. Oh, very nice.
No, I'm her manager.
She's gotta lick all that shit off her ass, dude. That really sucks.
With Walter? Yeah. We are going to. Oh, we got biking. But I initially invited Walter to come to San Francisco, but Walter wouldn't come to San Francisco because I want to see like him.
I feel bad, really bad for her. She's gotta eat shit pretty much tonight, dude.
And then he'd switch up in his video, and he like kind of things. Yeah. I mean, if y'all came here, I've been to Kensington. It's nuts. I've been everywhere. That's the thing I don't like about like people.
That really sucks, dude. I wish I could give her a bath.
If you like me, you gondola. I've traveled the four corners of the United States pretty much. Like I go everywhere, and like there's no way for me. I can honestly vote for.
I wouldn't even have known how to went back there.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, my Bible don't know everything. I just be around coming funny videos.
Yeah,
but I think that you should talk to Walter though. Maybe I can learn something from that. Because you heavy, right?
I wouldn't say I'm heavy, right? I just speak from common sense. Okay, I just believe common sense.
He's heavy left?
Extremely heavy left.
I want to see y'all talk.
But the thing is, if I even do go to debate Walter, what happened in our last video is Walter just screamed and screamed and screamed louder and louder. So in his video, like he posted, if you read the comments from my people that watch my video, they say that I won or my mom won. But if you read his comments, he's got 2 million people, so his voice is over. He's got 10 times influence, obviously. People are gonna go for him. You know what I mean?
We like shake hands. Like that was really fun. Thanks for doing that. And you know how I helped solve for him.
Clean it. I can't clean it off, dude. It's a feral cat. I can't get within 10 feet of her.
So we gotta fit it in the schedule.
Yeah, sure.
We booked out till at least October, but we're gonna make our way to New York. You know what I mean?
Damn. Well, yo, do what y'all gotta do. I want to see the debate. I hope the right person wins. The right person.
Who do you support?
The right person.
Who you should troll?
I'll tell you.
No. What's going on?
I'm gonna tell you.
Bro, that's assault right there, bro. That's assault right there. You go, yo, 12.
Hey, Dad, how you been?
The right person, bro.
And who is it?
The right person. That's the only answer for who? The right person. Who do you support? I know you support. I support the right person, bro.
So that be Donald Trump? He's on the right?
No. I support the correct person.
Okay, so say who it is.
I don't know if I'm going, bro. I
Don't be coming out making these videos if you ain't gonna stand on business and actually vote.
I'm standing on both. I got both on. I'm standing on it.
You can't stand on water and stand on earth. Don't work like that.
Yeah, you can. Go in and go out. I was here for a second, and I was like, I want to be here.
And stand
And
on
then I switched up again. I said, I'm gonna be here. Bro, I'm standing on both. I'm standing.
Don't make sense. Don't make sense.
General
Somebody.
prostate.
You don't have to. Because if you're gonna make these kind of videos, I think you probably should. Right?
It's cool, bro. It's gonna be one of my videos that I like.
I hope so. I'm excited to watch it.
Sure, bro. You might see it.
Everybody subscribe. Give this man a subscribe.
Wait, you on Twitter? What are you on right now?
We're live on YouTube.
Oh, YouTube. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's the one.
Subscribe on this guy's videos. Subscribe to my channel. We just love to love. We appreciate it. Go be the next person now.
Why Kai though?
We love Kai, dude.
Why Kai though?
Be actually, I don't know.
Why Kai and Speed? Why these two people?
Those are the only two I know.
They're the creators, bro.
They got a monopoly on it right now. I will say.
Bro, why'd you say Kai and Speed though?
That's the only one I watch. Speed's the other one I watch. All right. So sorry, everybody. The phone. But right now, it looks like we got somebody coming through. No, because it's charging right now. So sorry about that. The phone just died live on the stream. The phone just totally died. I'm sorry about that. And we had no idea.
But that's such bad diarrhea, though, to where she's crapping down her butt. You know what I'm saying? That seems
something
else, doesn't it? What the heck? Why wouldn't she poop somewhere? Why would she just let it get all over her like that?
For a long time. Everybody, it's just like everybody is so either divided or honestly kind of clueless.
I don't know, man. It could be that old ass dry food she's eating. I told y'all it's expired. I thought maybe they'd be able to sniff if it was rancid, sniff it out. But maybe not. I don't.
Kamala's a liar. Man is the head of the household. It's in the Quran, Holy Bible. God said, I knew you before the room. Boom. Trump and Vance, 2024. Vance, I heard your story. You incredible young man. I mean, you was incredible young man. Kid that been scarred and hurt. You turned out wonderful, Vance. Great start. Vance, 2024.
Let's go, lady. Wow.
She really changed food. She still gets a lot of the same food she's been getting for the past week.
I don't know.
2 weeks. 3 weeks. Fancy beef.
Who are the union? Who are you guys for? The union members.
I had some of that dry food today. Not really that much in comparison. 2 cans of fancy peas. No, for the dry food.
Thank you to everybody. Thank you to Jesus. Welcome to the
baby.
Oh, yes, the protesters have came. Okay, the protesters are finally here. Yep. Get the microphones, Brooke. Okay, start filming on that camera. The protesters have finally shown up to this place. Oh my gosh. The protesters have shown up. All right, finally. Holy crap, look, they got their whole entire thing. Give me the microphones.
Did you go live again with the protesters?
No, we're filming on that. All right, we're filming 2 videos at once. We're doing a live stream and we're filming for the video tomorrow. But holy cow, we got all the Palestinian protesters coming through right now. Look at them. And we got
Bro, I just feel bad for having to lick all that shit off her ass tonight. What a shitty night.
Take this one.
Bro.
Put it on your
I can't even imagine. Even for the cat, it probably is like.
Yeah, because I need to charge the phone. Holy cow.
I gotta do that now. I gotta do that. My stomach hurts, and now I gotta do that. Oh man, that sucks. Living on the streets too while doing it. That might have been the reason why it's happening. I don't know. I'll never know. She could have eaten something else, like a fucking mouse or something. Just getting her guy flying shit.
I really about all these paid protesters, so actually I'm kind of nervous to see some of the ringleaders because, like I said, they are all paid, and a lot of them are paid, the main people. And I kind of put myself at threat last time I made the video saying, exposing them all. They're all paid protesters.
New things break
here we go.
on a car sometimes while it's at the shop. Is it the mechanic's fault? Not necessarily. It'll be in there for one thing and then something else will break and the customer will try to blame the mechanic because he was working on it while I'm working on these cats. Something broke on one of them.
Right now, because last time they all got a little mad at me. Holy cow. What happened with the other mic? Not that one, the one that goes up to connect the connectors. That's it? Alright, we're switching. The microphone's not here for just a sec, but we're gonna go right now. Alright, I need that microphone now. Alright, we're connecting this microphone. Yeah, you're just gonna have to hold it with the pen, and let me know when the camera gets down to percentage-wise. Just gotta swipe up and down. Okay, and then, holy cow, here we go. We're getting in the mix. Hey, just go. Alright, so, get right here. Rick. Yeah, it's alright. So, all of the protesters have now...
This is live at the protest. There's not much happening.
They're right here, right behind us. We got a lot of them going through.
They're just standing still on the Fisher Ford stream.
There's a lot of them. How are you? I'm a little bit nervous because they do know me because last time I was here, I had a protest. How are you? What do you guys hope to accomplish tonight? I'm here to legal observe and support. So.
Where's your hat at, bitch? Supposed to have a green hat on. Where's Antifa at, man? Where the fuck is Antifa at with all the Antifa flags? They only come out if the rights are in office. Now it's like this now. This is the new Antifa. These are literally the same people that were Antifa before. They're putting these things on instead now.
Thumbs up or thumbs down, can you hear me?
Yeah.
They won't speak, they won't speak.
I know what I'm talking about, dude. Antifa was just this loosely like thing. Like it wasn't an actual thing. It was just like, yeah, I'm gonna get an Antifa flag. I'm Antifa with you, buddy. Yeah, I'm gonna get one of those Palestinian scarves. I'm Palestinian with you, buddy. That's just it.
Got the unicorn riot speaking.
Fucking weird, bro. They just like put different clothing on.
Excuse me, sir. How you doing?
Cause you know me, where are they at?
Okay,
This is them.
I'm here to help work with marshalling teams to keep it safe. Keep it safe. Yeah. How many people do we got here? I don't know. We don't have enough to count. What do you think?
Is that a dude?
200.
That's definitely a dude.
You have to ask someone who's organizing. What do you personally hope to accomplish tonight?
Weirdo.
Keep it safe. And who do you think the majority of people will be voting for? I have no idea. You have to ask them.
Trannies for Gaza.
I'd rather not say that on camera and into a microphone. Well, your face is hidden, so we can see it. That's okay. Okay. Kamala Harris? What? Kamala Harris? I don't think so. Donald Trump? I don't think so. Well, I don't know who's going to vote for. Maybe Joe Stein? Joe Stein. Here they come. How you doing, sir? See you're leading the march.
An oxymoron.
Why can't you talk to me? How you doing, sir? We just want to ask some questions. We just want to talk. What do you guys hope to accomplish tonight? We know you guys are protesting for Palestine. You don't like to speak, come on.
Look, there's Fisher Ford there.
If you're protesting, you think you want your voice to get heard.
Nope.
I don't support what's going on in Palestine, but I mean, no children should be dying. But I think if you're protesting, you should be able to speak for what you're protesting about. Wow, look at him. We got the sea of them. We got literally the sea of protesters coming through. I've been trying to talk to them. None of them will talk to me. And part of these, wow, they're loud. A large part, they're so loud, I can't even speak. A large part of these protesters are paid protesters. Well, I can't say that whether they're paid or not, but I do believe some of them do paid protest. The college in the United States. Very interesting. But something very interesting about these events, such as the debate. Yeah, again, something very interesting about these debates and these events that happen before the election. The protesters do come here and try to talk to them. They will not speak to you if you're not an organizer. Where I believe simply because they don't know why they're protesting.
Antifa wouldn't really talk to people either if you weren't Antifa. You're in BLM, the BLM shit. Well, St. George Floyd.
Why can't you speak? No comment. If you're protesting, talk about what you're protesting for. If they're protesting, they should be able to say why they're protesting. Say why they want to protest. Rather, they say not speak to them. Look at it. Look at this guy. Tell him not to speak to me. As if I'm a threat. I just want to get the voice of the people, you know? Crazy people. Wow. Listen to them. Listen to them. They're calling oink oink picky picky. They're the police officers that are protecting them. These guys are protecting these protesters. Meanwhile, they're saying oink oink picky picky.
Yeah, why do they have it? See, that's why it's Antifa. They got the same little fucking things, bro. They got the same shit.
Would you call them if you need help?
Oh no! Why? Like, why would they have a problem with the police officers?
They obviously do not think the same.
They go right into the Antifa chants, bro.
I do appreciate it. All right, guys. These protesters are not going to speak to me. They're not going to do anything.
Fucking weirdos.
Let's get over here. These protesters. So, ma'am, would you call the police if you need help? Would you call the police if you need help? Yes or no?
Dude, I see them as lonely people.
Okay, you heard it there first. You would not call the police if you need help. All right, you guys.
Or just
the live stream. If you're not subscribed, please subscribe. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. It really does mean a lot.
our little bubbles, at least. If they have a group of friends that are like super bubbled up.
And it looks like they're about to conquer. Oh no, I gotta speak to one more person before we end this live stream. Who are you? Who are you? Alright, now we can end the live stream. And if you're not subscribed, subscribe. Thank you for giving me a donation. You became a channel member. I do appreciate it. Love y'all. See you next video. Tomorrow, I will drop another video post-debate on YouTube. So stay tuned for that. See you guys. Peace out.
All their friends like have the same opinions on everything, you know? Or they're like, you gotta go. This is what's happening now.
The expansion of Cop City facilities in the United States are based on models sharpened by the Israeli occupation forces, and many American police departments, including the PPD pigs you see around us, are trained by the IOF.
They really don't like cops.
Are reinforced by a common foundational myth. The pillage, plunder, and colonization of a land that settlers sought to empty of its inhabitants, justified by an intrinsic and unquestionable right to the land.
His people did it to them before that, though.
We must understand that it is Americans and the American system of global exploitation and state violence.
Well, I mean, first it was the Christian Crusaders, actually, who took it from the Jews. And then the Ottoman Empire, wasn't it? Or the Syrians and the Egyptians took it from the Christian Crusaders. And that's what it calls the flood of Muslims eventually, right? Because they weren't Muslims yet, but...
We stand against the normalization of
aggressive systems
and structures of violence, something the presidential election does
then
both domestically
the Jews took it back.
and internationally.
So,
the presidential is not.
what did they think? That that was the end of it? They were like, ah, we got it now. Of course, it's the end of it now. Now it's ours. It's been ours for a while now. Like,
status quo. A status quo.
somebody could try to take America right now, and we gotta fucking fight for it. But they ain't gonna try that because we got too many guns.
Of extraction and capital gain. Shame.
So,
We sit in the
what
cradle.
do they expect the world to do for them, man?
Developed robust mechanisms to legitimize itself, even as
If they lose the battle,
suffering. Liberal democracy is a perverse tool that is wielded by the hegemonic authority to curtail the power of the people.
it's like we're PETA for people. We can't let the last Palestinian be extinguished. They're endangered species. I don't get it. It's war.
It is quite clear this is not the case.
And they started it. Well,
Neither candidate has condemned the genocide against the Palestinian people.
They took the land from the Christian Crusaders, bro.
Reaffirmed their commitment to the Zionist entity's right to continue its campaign of ethnic cleansing. Shame! As the great revolutionary Kwame Ture once said, you vote once in 4 years, and that's your political responsibility. That's the height of bourgeois propaganda.
You see, do you have proof of that, Brown? Let me see that in Discord in the immigrant channel, please. If you got proof of that, I'd like to see it.
Their responsibility is is limited to a one-day vote. Politics
4chan doesn't
is
count,
every
man.
day. The election exists to distract us, to demobilize our fight against American empire and its manifestation.
No, yeah, they're having a party for 9/11 tomorrow. Tomorrow is a Muslim party day.
Participating in the upcoming presidential election.
With friends over, have some pigs in a blanket and brews.
For the injustices inflicted upon Palestinians and all who are affected by U.S.
Wait, no, never mind. They don't eat meat, pig meat,
Whether blue
lamb in a blanket.
or red, we are looking at two sides of the same colonial coin. Though the Democratic Party plays up its contrast with Republicans and move towards the
Dude,
right wing.
oh, something I
whenever it
wanted to
gets-
bring up. Sorry, this guy's, I don't give a shit. I wanted to show this because this is kind of funny. Look, Timcast is actually seemingly going to show the debate, see debate live now. They're going to have people of Congress and shit with commentary. It's pretty cool. But look at this. So Lookner's down here. Wait, is this the same one? I can't remember. Right, yeah, wait, where's he at? Where'd he go? Oh, man. Did he go down already? I need to refresh. Let me see. It's funny. If I put live, you should... Oh, they're not gonna... There he is. Live debate, pre-show, post-show, with debate live chat. No debate footage. What? What the fuck? So Timcast is gonna have debate footage. But Lookner's too scared to do it with 5.4K watching. He's got 75,000 people watching. Agenda Free's scared to use it. I don't know, I just thought that was kind of funny, y'all. Come on, it's kind of funny, isn't it? He's a stickler. He's a fucking stickler. He's such a fucking tightwad, dude. He's like something. He's a lot of somethings.
The chance.
He smells like pickles and he pays for pussy, okay? Now you know.
That there is
I haven't gotten proof of that yet, though. Of either of them. But I'm working on it.
We stand firmly against the U.S. electoral hypocrisy and the notion that any war criminal can ever be redeemable for the sake of bullshit liberal comfortability.
Oh, Mama Kitty.
Many of us took a stand against President Joe Biden due to his unabashed support of the genocide inflicted upon Palestinians.
So much diarrhea, Sister D.
However, after Biden stepped down from the election, the party machine used this opportunity to sweep the question of Palestine under the rug. We will be clear.
Hopefully we see her in the morning.
Part of the same political
You know,
machine as Joe Biden and Donald Trump.
I don't think I'm gonna give him any more of that food. I think I'm gonna throw it out just in case.
We, the people,
It's just I don't want to risk it.
keep each other safe and pursue progress on our own terms.
That's a lot of food too. It's like 40 bucks worth, but it's
And
fire.
certainly not American politicians who will liberate us. As long as this remains
Thank you,
true,
sir.
we must
What do we got
reject
here?
the hypocritical principle that
Who's the
voting
best
is
one to
central
watch
to
for
our
it?
political lives.
ABC. Who's the main one that's put it on?
Brutal images
NBC.
of genocide emerge every day from
President Trump won the coin toss. He
Which one
chose
is
to
it?
deliver the final closing statement of the evening. Vice President Harris selected the podium to the right.
So let's now welcome the candidates to the stage. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump.
MSNBC.
Kamala Harris. Let's have a good debate.
See you. Have fun.
Thank you.
Welcome to you both. It's wonderful to have you. It's an honor to have you both here tonight.
Good evening. We are looking forward to a spirited and thoughtful debate.
So let's get started. I want to begin tonight with the issue that voters repeatedly say is their #1 issue, and that is the economy and the cost of living in this country. Vice President Harris, you and President Trump were elected 4 years ago, and your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid, and I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people. And that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing. We know that we have a shortage of homes and housing, and the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children. My passion, one of them, is small businesses. My mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small businesses. My plan is to give a $50,000 tax deduction to startup small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump's sales tax, which would be a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
First of all, I have no sales tax. That's an incorrect statement. She knows that. We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. We're talking billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off because there was so much money they can't. It would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and Hispanics, and also unions. Unions are going to be affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that she and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country. They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality, and we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again, and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and border security during this debate, but I would like to let Vice President Harris respond on the economy here.
Well, I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression. Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left us
COVID
the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. And what we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess. What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all, in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook. A bunch of lies, grievances, and name-calling. What you're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing if he were elected again. I believe very strongly that the American people want a president who understands the importance of bringing us together, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us, and I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump will give you a minute here to respond.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas. I guess some good, some bad, but it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic, and the pandemic was not since 1917, where 100 million people died, has there been anything like it. We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them over a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs bounce back, and it bounced back and it went to their benefit, but I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond.
So Donald Trump has no plan for you. And when you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people. I am offering what I describe as an opportunity economy, and the best economists in our country, if not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse. Mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession. You just have to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
That's just a soundbite. They gave her that to say. Look, I went to the Wharton School of Finance, and many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people want to be able to go and work and create jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for our country. Just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences, like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The Vice President brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this, because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have, and who's going to have higher prices, is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, you know, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country, because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at a poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris, I do want to ask for your response, and you heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is, under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military, basically sold us out, when a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing, focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce so that we don't end up having on the short end of the stick in terms of workers' rights. But what Donald Trump did, let's talk about this, with COVID, is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point, when we know that Xi was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President Trump, I'll let you respond.
First of all, they bought their chips from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like they have and policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's going to my philosophy. But if she ever got elected, she'd change it. And it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor in economics, and he taught her well. But when you look at what she's done to our country, and when you look at these millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals, and that's bad for our economy too. You know, you mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane. Almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our country.
President Trump, thank you. Lindsay?
I want to turn to the issue of abortion. President Trump, you've often touted that you were able to kill Roe v. Wade. Last year, you said that you were proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban, because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks. But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, is doing an excellent job, but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years they've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions. Very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. And now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam Vice President, I want to get your response to President Trump.
Well, as I said, you're going to hear a bunch of lies, and that's not actually a surprising fact. Let's understand how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor of a crime of violation to their body does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral. And one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot. She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. They don't want that. And I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Understand, in his Project 2025, there would be a national abortion, a monitor that would be monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think the American people believe that certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body, should not be made by the government.
Thank you, Vice President Harris.
Well, there she goes again. It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban, because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states, and the states are voting. And it may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart, and they've wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter, because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it came to your desk?
Well, I won't have to, because again, 2 things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50, essentially 50-50 in both. Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it reminds me of? When they said they're going to get student loans terminated, and it ended up being a total catastrophe. The student loans, and then I think probably her boss, if you call him a boss, he spends all his time on the beach. But look, her boss went out and said, we'll do it again. We'll do it a different way. And he went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got taunted with this whole thing about this whole idea. And how unfair that would have been, part of the reason they lost, to the millions and millions of people that had to pay off their student loans. They didn't get it for free. But they were saying it's the same way that they talked about that they talk about abortion.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because your running mate, J.D. Vance, has said that you would veto it if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. In all fairness, J.D. And I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me, but I really didn't. Look, we don't have to discuss it because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting student loans. They taunted young people and a lot of other people.
Anthony was asked about you.
They can never get this approved. So it doesn't matter what she says about going to Congress. So wonderful. Let's go to Congress. Do it. But the fact is that for years they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government. And we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people on abortion.
Vice President Harris, I want to give you your time to respond, but I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand what has been happening under Donald Trump's abortion bans. Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied IVF treatments. What is happening in our country? Working people, working women who are working 1 or 2 jobs, who can barely afford childcare as it is, have to travel to another state to get on a plane sitting next to strangers to go and get the health care she needs.
It's time to
barely
move.
Can afford to do it, and what you are putting her through
Constitutional
is
republic.
Unconscionable. And the people of America have not, the majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to make decisions about her own body, and that is why in every state where this issue has been on the ballot, in red and blue states both, the people of America have voted for freedom.
Vice President Harris,
excuse me, I have to respond.
Stay out of the rapey situations.
I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader. In fact, when they got a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing, you should ask, will she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month?
Come on.
Okay, would you do that? Why don't you ask her that question?
Why don't you answer the question? Would you
because
veto?
Under Roe v.
Answer
Wade,
the question. Would you veto?
You could do abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th month,
not true.
and probably after birth. Just look at the governor, former governor of Virginia. The governor of Virginia said we put the baby aside and then we determine what we want to do with the baby.
President Trump, thank you.
We're going to turn now to immigration and border security. We know it's an issue that's important to Republicans, Democrats, voters across the board in this country. Vice President Harris, you were tasked by President Biden with getting to the root causes of migration from Central America. We know that illegal border crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration. This past June, President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. And let me say that the United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill, which I supported.
This bill.
And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help
Bill's
those folks
bullshit.
who are working
It
there
was only
right
to
now
help process
overtime,
them.
trying to do their
It was
job.
only to process
It
them.
would have allowed us to stem the flow of
Shorter
fentanyl
court
coming into the United States.
hearing
I know there are so
times.
many families watching tonight who have
They're
been
trying to
personally
get-
affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to allow us to prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress, and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing
Would
a
have fixed
problem.
it, dude.
And understand, this comes at a time where the people of our country
That would have made
actually
them
need a
flood
leader
more.
who engages in solutions, who actually addresses the problems at hand. But what we have in the former president is someone who would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And I'll tell you something, he's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. And I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires. And I'll tell you, I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first, and I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response.
Well, I would like to respond.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so, that would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border?
First, let me respond as to the
Please.
rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them.
Paying
to be
them,
there,
yeah.
And then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies.
True.
We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country.
Snopes says they're not. I don't know what to believe. I think Snopes is on the Democrat side, honestly, at this point.
They like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase, make America great again. She's destroying this country, and if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success, we'll end up being Venezuela on steroids.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well, I've seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is the
people on television say my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
but
television.
But the people
I'm
on
taking it from
television
the city
saying their
manager.
dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice President Harris,
out.
I'll let you respond to the rest of what
City
you've heard.
manager.
You talk about extreme.
Bitch.
You know, this is, I
Oh,
think,
I
one of the
can't stand
reasons
this
why
lady.
in this election, I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formerly worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain, including the endorsement of former Vice President Dick Cheney and Congress member Liz Cheney. And if you want to really know the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, Just ask people who have worked with him. His former chief of staff, a 4-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. His former national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit. His former Secretary of Defense has said the nation, the Republic, would never survive another Trump term. And when we listen
Was that
to
the
this
J6
kind of
hearings?
rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people are not being addressed, I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump, I'll give you a quick minute to respond here.
Thank you, because when I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those people, not so graciously. They did bad things or a bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people who's were just killed, viciously and violently killed. And I got to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper. He was no good. I fired him. So he writes a book. Another one writes a book. Because with me, they can write books. With nobody else can they. But they have done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody. Look at the economy. Look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far. In fact, I got more votes than any president, sitting president in history by far.
Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier, so let's get back to your deportation proposal.
Why did you bring
that
that
the
up
Vice
right
President
then?
has reacted to as well. President Trump, you called this the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd have no problem using the U.S. military.
Police, yes.
You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah, it is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many millions of criminals. They allowed terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers, to come into our country, and they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down? You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow, and I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people let in, and all over the world, crime is down all over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof. Despite their fraudulent statements that they made, crime in this country is through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime, and it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. But Vice
Excuse me,
President,
the FBI they were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities with the worst crime. It was a fraud, just like their number of 818,000
I bet it was,
jobs
dude.
that they said they created turned
There's
out to be
no
fraud.
fucking way that crime went down, dude. I looked
think
into
this
it
is
myself.
So rich, coming from someone who has
It
been
hasn't.
prosecuted
It didn't, dude.
for national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big court appearance is in November at his own criminal sentencing.
There we go.
And let's be clear where each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses, address bringing down the price of groceries. But frankly, the American people are exhausted with this same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Excuse me. Every one of those cases was started by them against their political opponent, and I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ, from Atlanta and Fani Willis to the Attorney General of New York and the DA in New York. Every one of those cases. And then they say, oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened in my documents case? They said, oh, that's the toughest of them all. A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. It's weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country. They used it to try and win an election. They're fake cases.
She knows about
thank you.
law
Really quick response
and
here,
all
Vice
that
President
shit.
Harris, on this notion of weaponization of the Justice Department.
Well, let's
She
talk
definitely
about
did that.
extreme and understand the context in which this election in 2024 is taking place. The United States
Hey,
Supreme
we got 10
Court
likes, man.
recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again. Understand, this is someone who has openly said he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States, that he would weaponize the Department of Justice against
You might
his
as well rip it
political
up if you're going to do this or
Someone
something.
who has openly expressed disdain
If you can't
for members
trust
of
the
our
voting
military.
system, you might as well rip up the
Understand what it would
Constitution.
mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails, because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people
Vice
to
President
stop
Harris,
him.
thank you. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president.
Weaponized, please.
We gotta
This is the one that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy with a
President
fake Russia investigation
We do have a lot
that
to get.
went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president, you said you wanted to ban fracking. Now you don't. You wanted mandatory government buyback programs for assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now you're taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
So my values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss every one of the, at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking, because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States, and in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases for fracking. My position is that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil. We have had the largest increase in domestic oil production in history because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hardworking mother who worked and saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager. The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring to my work to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase 3 million homes, increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first term. My work that is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. And my focus then on protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work that is about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on long-standing work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams. My values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values and a perspective that is about lifting people up and not beating people down and name-calling. The true measure of the leader is the leader who actually understands the strength is not in beating people down, it's in lifting people up. I intend to be that president.
President Trump, your
Well, first of all, I wasn't given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him. But I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are even surprised. So we don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police, she's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out, wait a minute, I'm talking now, if you don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar?
Don't lie.
She went out in Minnesota and wanted to let criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis, she went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal that will do this. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. If she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one. Just to finish one thing so important in my opinion. So I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before. When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher, because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead, fossil fuel will be dead, we'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out of it. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar, but they take 400, 500 acres of desert soil.
Trump, we have a
These
lot
are
of
not good
issues
things
that we
for the
have to get
environment
to.
that
We're
she
out of time.
understands.
Thank you.
Lindsay, thank you. We have an election in just 56 days. And I want to talk about the peaceful transfer of power, which, of course, we all know is a cornerstone of our democracy, and the role of a president in a moment of crisis. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them. The country and the world saw what played out at the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office. You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message telling your supporters to go home. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
You just said a thing that isn't covered. Peacefully and patriotically, I said during my speech, not later on. Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer that should have never, ever shot her. It's a disgrace. But we didn't do this group of people that have been treated so badly. I ask, what about all the people that are pouring into our country and killing people that she allowed to pour in? She was the border czar, remember that. She was the border czar. She doesn't want to be called the border czar because she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, oh, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border yet. That's because she knows what a bad job they've done. What about those people? When are they going to be prosecuted? When are these people from countries all over the world, not just South America, they're coming in from all over the world, David, all over the world, and crime rates are down all over the world because of it. But let me just when are those, David, when are those people going to be prosecuted? When are the people that burned down Minneapolis going to be prosecuted? Or in Seattle, they went into Seattle, they took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle. When are those people going to be prosecuted?
But let me just ask you.
You might ask her that question.
You were the president. You were watching it unfold on television. It's a very simple question as we move forward toward another election. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day? Yes, sir.
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, you know, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago. Her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi, but I do want Vice President Harris to respond here.
I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was the vice president-elect. I was also an acting senator. I was there. And on that day, the President of the United States incited a violent mob to attack our nation's capital, to desecrate our nation's capital. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died. And understand, the former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate. And what did the president then at the time say? There were fine people on each side. Let's remember that when it came to the Proud Boys, a militia, the president said, the former president said, stand back and stand by. So for everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was, I say we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn the page. And if that was a bridge too far for you, well, there is a place in our campaign for you to stand for country, to stand for our democracy, to stand for rule of law, and to end the chaos, and to end the approach that is about attacking the foundations of our democracy because you don't like the outcome. And be clear on that point. Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking. Let's turn the page on this. Let's not go back. Let's chart a course for the future and not go backwards to the past.
Let me just follow up here.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy because they have destroyed our energy business. That was where bloodbath was. Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been, as you would say, debunked. Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity, Jesse, all of these people, they covered it. If they go an extra sentence, they will see it was perfect. It was debunked in almost every newspaper, but they still bring it up, just like they bring 2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you this. You talk about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these millions of people to come through on the southern border? How come she's not doing anything? And I'll tell you what I would do, and I would be very proud to do it. I would say we would both leave this debate right now. I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate because we're wasting a lot of time. Go down to, because she's been so bad, it's so ridiculous. Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close up the border because they have the right to do it. They don't need bills. They have the right to do it. The President of the United States, you'll get him out of bed, you'll wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, you'll say, come on down to the office, let's sign a bill. If he signs a bill that the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed.
Mr.
Those people are killing many people, unlike J6.
We talked immigration here tonight. I do want to focus on this next issue to both of you because it really brings us this into focus, truth in these times that we're living in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite quite make it, that you came up a little bit short.
I said that?
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I
you
said
did
that
say
sarcastically.
That.
You know that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it. And they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got almost 75 million votes, the most votes any sitting president has ever gotten. I was told if I got 63, which was what I got in 2016, you can't be beaten. The election, people should never be thinking about an election as fraudulent. We need two things. We need walls, and we have to have it. We have to have borders, and we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the sarcasm. Lost by a whisker. We didn't quite make it. And we should just point out here as clarification, and you know this, you and your allies, 60 cases in front of many judges, many of them Republican.
No judge looked at it.
And said
they
there was
said
no
we didn't have standing. That's the other thing. They said we didn't have standing, a technicality. Can you imagine a system where a person in an election doesn't have standing? The President of the United States doesn't have standing. That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I'd love to have you'll do a special on it, I'll show you Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll show you Pennsylvania, and I'll show you. We have so many facts and statistics, but you know what? That doesn't matter, because we have to solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news. And the problem that we have right now is we have a nation in decline, and they have put it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris, you heard the president there tonight. He said he didn't say that he lost by a whisker, so he still believes he did not lose the election that was won by President Biden and yourself. But I do want to ask you about something that's come up in the last couple of days. This was a post from President Trump about this upcoming election just weeks away. He said, when I win, those people who cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, we won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote. Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a very difficult time processing that. But we cannot afford to have a president of the United States who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. And I'm going to tell you that I have traveled the world as Vice President of the United States, and world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have talked with military leaders, some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace. And when you then talk in this way in a presidential debate and deny what over and over again are court cases you have lost because you did in fact lose that election, it leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about fact. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
I'll give you 1 minute to respond, Mr. President.
Let me just say about world leaders. Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men, they call him a strong man. He's a tough person, smart. Prime Minister of Hungary. They said, why is the whole world blowing up? 3 years ago it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need Trump back as president. They were afraid of him. China was afraid, and I don't like to use the word afraid, but I'm just quoting him. China was afraid of him. North Korea was afraid of him. Look at what's going on with North Korea, by the way. He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and Biden put it back on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that. But he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline in the world. Look, Viktor Orban said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president, but when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of her. She got no votes. He got 14 million votes. What you did, you talk about a threat to democracy. He got 14 million votes, and they threw him out of office. And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. But he got 14 million votes. They threw him out. She got 0 votes. And when she ran, she was the first one to leave because she failed. And now she's running. I don't understand it, but I'm okay with it because
your time is
I think
up.
we're going to do very well.
We've got a lot more to get to.
Turning now to the Israel-Hamas war and the hostages who are still being held, Americans among them. Vice President Harris, in December, you said, quote, Israel has a right to defend itself, but you added, quote, it matters how, saying international humanitarian law must be respected. Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. You said that 9 months ago. Now an estimated 40,000 Palestinians are dead. Nearly 100 hostages remain. Just last week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there's not a deal in the making. President Biden has not been able to break through the stalemate. How would you do it?
Well, let's understand how we got here. On October 7, Hamas, a terrorist organization, slaughtered 1,200 Israelis. Many of them young people who were simply attending a concert. Women were horribly raped. And so absolutely, I said then, I say now, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters. Because it is also true, far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. Children, mothers. What we know is that this war must end. It must end immediately, and the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out. And so we will continue to work around the clock on that. Work around the clock, also understanding that we must chart a course for a two-state solution. And in that solution, there must be security for the Israeli people and Israel, and in equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will assure you always, I will always give Israel the ability to defend itself, in particular as it relates to Iran and any threat that Iran and its proxies pose to Israel. But we must have a two-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza, where the Palestinians have security, self-determination, and the dignity they so rightly deserve.
President Trump, how would you negotiate with Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the hostages out and prevent the killing of more innocent civilians in Gaza?
If I were president, it would have never started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever, I know Putin very well, he would have never, and there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people when you add it up, far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party. She hates Israel. If she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one. She hates Israel. At the same time, in her own way, she hates the Arab population because the whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel will be gone. It would have never happened. Iran was broke under Donald Trump. Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the 28 different spheres of terror. And they are spheres of terror, horrible terror. They had no money. It was a big story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror. They were broke. Now they're a rich nation, and now what they're doing is they're spreading that money around. Look at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
Vice President Harris, he says you hate Israel.
That's absolutely not true. I have my entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli people. He knows that. He's trying to, again, divide and distract from the reality, which is it is very well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy. It is well known that he admires dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is well known that he said of Putin that he can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It is well known that he said when Russia went into Ukraine, it was brilliant. It is well known he exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un, and it is absolutely well known that these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear they can manipulate you with flattery and favors. And that is why so many military leaders who you have worked with have told me you are a disgrace. That is why we understand that we have to have a president who is not consistently weak and wrong on
Vice
national
President
security,
Harris.
including the importance of upholding and respecting in highest regard our military.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
They're the ones, and she's the one that caused it, that's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending people into our country. Their crime rates are way down. Putin endorsed her last week, said, I hope she wins, and I think he meant it, because what he's gotten away with is absolutely incredible. It wouldn't have happened with me. The leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are. They're grossly incompetent. And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approve the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe? Because they're weak and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way, gets paid a lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to get to.
We'll be right back with much more of this historic ABC News presidential debate from the National Constitution Center right here in Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
The ABC News presidential debate will continue after this.
I burnt my food, bro. Okay. It'll be alright. It's still edible. What do you think they're doing now? He's just standing there with her next to him. They're just standing there. They're talking shit to each other like they're on the court.
Again, I just want to emphasize, as you can see behind me, the riot cops are facing off with the press. There's no protesters here. There's a couple dozen protesters one block away now. With the line being held here by these riot police, the only people in their immediate vicinity are cameras. So as much as I'm gonna keep showing you the cops here, I just want to be very clear that they're essentially just facing off against nobody at this point.
That's good to know.
Oh, you're a cop. No, I'm not a cop. I'm just helping out. Well, not helping out. Okay, whatever.
No, he didn't want you to get yelled at. I asked him to do that. I asked him to do it.
Okay, all right. Mile, it's News to Share. What is it? News to Share, like it says on the shirt.
The hell are they? Commercial break is this? I do wonder what kind of commercials they have.
Are you all right? Yeah. Oh. The joke is that you're short. How does docking standardized for two of the police that cross the United States?
Talk to you, cracker.
Okay, 13. I mean, honestly, what's really clear to me is that they had some kind of, like they had a response plan for it if it turns into something. These people who are all set up. And so at some point that call was made. And so this is the response that would have been had. Regardless of the severity of it. I mean, that's why it looks so disproportionate. But whatever. And this is like...
Crackers. You just call the cops crackers. Dude, where the fuck are they?
Live from the National Constitution Center in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Here again, David Muir.
Oh, they're running. What's happening?
Welcome back to this historic ABC News presidential debate tonight. We're going to continue here, and I want to turn to the war in Ukraine. We're now 2.5 years into this conflict. Mr. President, it has been the position of the Biden administration that we must defend Ukraine from Russia, from Vladimir Putin, to defend their sovereignty, their democracy, that it's in America's best interest to do so, arguing that if Putin wins, he may be emboldened to move even further into other countries. You have said you would solve this war in 24 hours. You said so just before the break tonight. How exactly would you do that? And I want to ask you a very simple question tonight. Do you want Ukraine to win this war?
I want the war to stop. I want to save lives that are being uselessly, people being killed by the millions. It's the millions. It's so much worse than the numbers that you're getting, which are fake numbers. Look, we're in for 250 billion or more, because they don't ask Europe, which is a much bigger beneficiary to getting this thing done than we are. They're in for $150 billion less because Biden and you don't have the courage to ask Europe like I did with NATO. They paid billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars when I said, either you pay up or we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons they don't like me as much as they like weak people. But you take a look at what's happening. We're in for 250 to 275 billion. They're into 100 to 150. They should be forced to equalize. With that being said, I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect your president, okay? They respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you respect him? Why? For what reason? He hasn't even made a phone call in 2 years to Putin, hasn't spoken to anybody. anybody. They don't even try and get it. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect, and what I'll do is I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never happened. And in fact, when I saw Putin after I left, unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell, but after I left, when I saw him building up soldiers, he did it after I left, I said, oh, he must be negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well, it wasn't, because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it. And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War III, and we have a president that we don't even know if he's... Where is our president? We don't even know if he's a president.
And just to clarify
they
here...
They threw him out of a campaign like a dog. We don't even know. Is he our president? But we have a president,
Mr. President,
that doesn't know he's alive.
Your time is up. Just to clarify in the question, do you believe it's in the U.S. best interest for Ukraine to win this war, yes or no?
I think it's the U.S. best interest to get this war finished and just get it done.
All right.
Negotiate a deal, because we have to stop all of these human lives from being destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice President Harris. I want to get your thoughts on support for Ukraine in this moment, but also, as Commander-in-Chief, if elected, how would you deal with Vladimir Putin, and would it be any different from what we're seeing from President Biden?
Well, first of all, it's important to remind the former president you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me. I believe the reason that Donald Trump says that this war would be over within 24 hours is because he would just give it up. And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand what happened here. I actually met with Zelensky a few days before Russia invaded, tried through force to change territorial boundaries, to defy one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I met with President Zelensky. I shared with him American intelligence about how he could defend himself. Days later, I went to NATO's eastern flank, to Poland and Romania. And through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And because of our support, because of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided, Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. And understand what that would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about Ukraine. Understand why the European allies and our NATO allies are so thankful that you are no longer president, and that we understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO, and what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor and what you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch.
Vice President Harris, thank you. We've heard from both of you on Ukraine tonight. Afghanistan came up in the last hour. I wanted her to respond to something you said earlier, and please, I'll give you a minute here.
Putin would be sitting in Moscow, and he wouldn't have lost 300,000 men and women, but he would have been sitting in Moscow. Quiet, please. He would have been sitting in Moscow, much happier than he is right now. But eventually, you know, he's got a thing that other people don't have. He's got nuclear weapons. They don't ever talk about that. He's got nuclear weapons. Nobody ever thinks about that. And eventually, maybe he'll use them, and maybe he hasn't been that threatening. But he does have that. Something we don't even like to talk about. Nobody likes to talk about it. But just so you understand, they sent her to negotiate peace before this war started. 3 days later, he went in and he started the war because everything they said was weak and stupid. They said the wrong things. That war should have never started. She was the emissary. They sent her in to negotiate with Zelensky and Putin, and she did. and the war started 3 days later. And that's the kind of talent we have with her. She's worse than Biden. In my opinion, I think he's the worst president in the history of our country. She goes down as the worst vice president in the history of our country. But let me tell you something. She is a horrible negotiator. They sent her in to negotiate. As soon as they left, Putin did the invasion.
President Trump, thank you. You did bring up something. You said she went to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. Vice President Harris, have you ever met Vladimir Putin? Can you clarify tonight?
Yet again, I said it at the beginning of this debate, you're going to hear a bunch of lies coming from this fellow.
You just said some shit, though.
When I went to meet with President Zelensky, I've now met with him over 5 times. The reality is it has been about standing as America always should, as a leader upholding international rules and norms, as a leader who shows strength, understanding that the alliances we have around the world are dependent on our ability to look out for our friends and not favor our enemies because you adore strongmen instead of caring about democracy. And that is very much what is at stake here. The President of the United States is Commander-in-Chief. And the American people have a right to rely on a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring that there is stability and ensuring we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit of personal flattery.
We've talked about Ukraine and Vladimir Putin. I do want to talk about Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of this debate. I want to move on to Afghanistan.
Stoltenberg said Trump did the most amazing thing I've ever seen. He got these countries, the 28 countries at the time, to pay up. He said, I've never seen, he's the head of NATO. He said, I've never seen. For years, we were paying almost all of NATO. We were being ripped off by European nations, both on trade and on NATO. I got them to pay up by saying one of the statements you made before, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you. Otherwise, we would have never gotten it. He said it was one of the most incredible jobs that he's ever seen done.
Thank you. I want to turn to Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of the debate, and we witnessed a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill, honoring the soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to ask the Vice President, do you believe you bear any responsibility in the way that withdrawal played out?
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. 4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did. And as a result, America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying for that endless war. And as of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world, the first time this century. But let's understand how we got to where we are. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation involved the Taliban getting 5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this, and the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of American diplomacy, where we invite and receive respected world leaders. And this former president, as president, invited them to Camp David because he does not again appreciate the role and responsibility of the President of the United States to be Commander-in-Chief with a level of respect. And this gets back to the point of how he has consistently disparaged and demeaned members of our military, fallen soldiers, and the work that we must do to uphold the strength and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response to her saying that you began the negotiations with the Taliban.
So, if you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved with the Taliban because the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because, you know, they deal with the wrong people all the time. But I got involved, and Abdul is the head of the Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban. And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul. And for 18 months, we had nobody killed. We did have an agreement negotiated by Mike Pompeo. It was a very good agreement. The reason it was good, we were getting out. We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left many Americans behind, and we wouldn't have left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment behind. And just to finish, they blew it. The agreement said you have to do this, and they didn't do it. They didn't do it. The agreement was terminated by us because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
I want to move on.
And these people did the worst withdrawal, and in my opinion, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And by the way, that's why Russia attacked Ukraine, because they saw how incompetent she and her boss are.
President Trump, thank you. I want to move on now to race and politics in this country. Mr. President, you recently said of Vice President Harris, quote, I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. I want to ask a bigger picture question here tonight. Why do you believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the racial identity of your opponent?
I don't, and I don't care. I don't care what she is. I don't care. You make a big deal out of something, I couldn't care less. Whatever she wants to be is okay with me.
But those were your words, so I'm asking.
I don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not black, that she put out, and I'll say that. And then I read that she was black, and that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her. That's up to her.
Vice President Harris, your thoughts on this?
I think it's, I mean, honestly, I think it's a tragedy that we have someone who wants to be president who has consistently, over the course of his career, attempted to use race to divide the American people. You know, I do believe that the vast majority of us know that we have so much more in common.
She's
than what
doing the
separates us,
same
and we don't
thing,
want
though.
This kind of approach
trying to
that
be
is just
black and she's
constantly
not.
trying to divide us, and especially by race. And let's remember how Donald Trump started. He was land, he owned buildings, and he was investigated because he refused to rent property to black families. Let's remember, this is the same individual who took out a full-page ad in the New York Times calling for the execution of 5 young black and Latino boys who were innocent, the Central Park 5. Took out a full-page ad calling for their execution. This is the same individual who spread birther lies about the first black president of the United States. And I think the American people want better than that, want better than this, want someone who understands, as I do, I travel our country. We see in each other a friend. We see in each other a neighbor. We don't want a leader who is constantly trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other. I meet with people all the time who tell me, can we please just have discourse about how we're going to invest in the aspirations and the ambitions and the dreams of the American people? Knowing that regardless of people's color or the language their grandmother speaks, we all have the same dreams and aspirations and want a president who invests in those, not in hate and division.
Vice President Harris, thank you. Lindsay?
President Trump, this is now your 3rd time.
This is the most divisive presidency in the history of our country. There's never been anything like it. They're destroying our country, and they come up with things like what she just said. Going back many, many years, when a lot of people, including Mayor Bloomberg, agreed with me on the Central Park 5, they admitted, they said, they pled guilty. And I said, well, if they pled guilty, they badly hurt a person, killed a person ultimately. And if they pled guilty, then they pled, we're not guilty. But this is a person that has to stretch back years, 40, 50 years ago, because there's nothing now. I built one of the greatest economies in the history of the world, and I'm going to build it again. It's going to be bigger, better, and stronger. But they're destroying our economy. They have no idea what a good economy is. Their oil policies, every single policy. And remember this. She is Biden. You know, she's trying to get away from Biden. I don't know the gentleman, she says. She is Biden. The worst inflation we've ever had, a horrible economy because inflation has made it so bad, and she can't get away with that.
Thank you. Your time is up.
I want to respond to that, though. I want to just respond briefly. Clearly, I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump. And what I do offer is a new generation of leadership for our country. One who believes in what is possible, one who brings a sense of optimism about what we can do instead of always disparaging the American people. I believe in what we can do to strengthen our small businesses, which is why I have a plan. Let's talk about our plans and let's compare the plans. I have a plan to give startup businesses $50,000 tax deduction, to pursue their ambitions, their innovation, their ideas, their hard work. I have a plan, $6,000 for young families for the first year of your child's life, to help you in that most critical stage of your child's development. I have a plan that is about allowing people to be able to pursue what has been fleeting in terms of the American dream by offering a help with down payment of $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. That's the kind of conversation, I believe, David, that people really want tonight, as opposed to a conversation that is constantly about belittling and name-calling. Let's turn the page
Vice President
and move
Harris,
forward.
thank you. Let's turn to policy.
President Trump, we have to move on. President Trump.
Let's turn to policy, please.
She has a plan to defund the police. She has a plan to confiscate everybody's gun.
President Trump,
she
we
has
do
a
have to
plan
move on to
not
other
allow
issues.
fracking in Pennsylvania or anywhere else.
Okay.
That's what her plan is until just recently.
I just need to respond.
President Trump,
No, the
President
former
Trump,
president has said something twice that I need to respond to.
I'm sorry. We're going to move on, Vice President Harris.
To what he
President
has said
Trump, this is
times.
now your third time running for president. You have long vowed to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act.
I got to bring the food in. I'll be back.
Obamacare. You have failed to accomplish that. You now say you're going to keep Obamacare, quote, unless we can do something much better. Last month you said, quote, we're working on it. So tonight, 9 years after you first started running, do you have a plan, and can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare was lousy health care. Always was. It's not very good today. And what I said, that if we come up with something, and we are working on things, we're going to do it and we're going to replace it. But remember this, I inherited Obamacare because Democrats wouldn't change it. They wouldn't vote for it. They were unanimous. They wouldn't vote to change it. If they would have done that, we would have had a much better plan than Obamacare. But the Democrats came up. They wouldn't vote for it. I had a choice to make when I was president. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, never going to be great, or do I let it rot? And I felt I had an obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people in that administration. We read about the bad ones. We had some real bad ones, too, and so do they. They have really bad ones. The difference is they don't get rid of them. But let me just explain. I had a choice to make. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing. But it's still never going to be great, and it's too expensive for people. And what we will do is we're looking at different plans. If we can come up with a plan that's going to cost our people, our population, less money and be better health care than Obamacare, then I would absolutely do it. But until then, I'd run it as good as it can be run.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan?
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now. But if we come up with something, I would only change it if we come up with something that's better and less expensive. And there are concepts and options we have to do that. And you'll be hearing about it in the not too distant future.
Vice President Harris, in 2017, you supported Bernie Sanders' proposal to do away with private insurance and create a government-run health care system. 2 years later, you proposed a plan that included a private insurance option. What is your plan today?
Well, first of all, I absolutely support, and over the last 4 years as vice president, private health care options. But what we need to do is maintain and grow the Affordable Care Act. But I'll get to that, Lindsay. I just need to respond to a previous point that the former president has made. I've made very clear my position on fracking. And then this business about taking everyone's guns away. Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away. So stop with the continuous lying about this stuff. As it relates to the Affordable Care Act, understand, just look at the history to know where people stand. When Donald Trump was president, 60 times he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. 60 times. I was a senator at the time when I will never forget the early morning hours when it was up for a vote in the United States Senate, and the late, great John McCain, who you have disparaged as being, you don't like him, you said at the time, because he got caught. He was an American hero. The late, great John McCain, I will never forget that night, walked onto the Senate floor and said, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't get rid of the Affordable Care Act. You have no plan. And what the Affordable Care Act has done is eliminate the ability of insurance companies to deny people with pre-existing conditions. I don't have to tell the people watching tonight, you remember what that was like? Remember when an insurance company could deny if a child had asthma, if someone was a breast cancer survivor, if a grandparent had diabetes? And thankfully, as I've been vice president, and we over the last 4 years have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, we have allowed for the first time Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf of you, the American people. Donald Trump said he was going to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices. He never did. We did. And now we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Since I've been vice president, we have capped the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year. And when I am president, we will do that for all people, understanding that the value I bring to this is that access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And the plan has to be to strengthen the Affordable Care Act, not get rid of it, pass this prologue in terms of where Donald Trump stands on that.
I want to move to an issue that's important for a lot of...
You made a mistake. Number one, John McCain fought Obamacare for 10 years. But it wasn't only him. It were all of the Democrats that kept it going. And you know what? We can do much better than Obamacare, much less money. But she won't improve private insurance for people, private medical insurance. That's another thing she doesn't want to get. People are paying privately for insurance that have worked hard and made money, and they want to have private. She wants everybody to be on government insurance where you wait 6 months for an operation that you need immediately.
President Trump, thank you. We have another issue that we'd like to get to that's important for a number of Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's climate change. President Trump, with regard to the environment, you say that we have to have clean air and clean water. Vice President Harris, you call climate change an existential threat. The question to you both tonight is, what would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you. 1 minute for you each.
Well, the former president had said the climate change is a hoax. And what we know is that it is very real. You ask anyone who lives in a state who has experienced these extreme weather occurrences, who now is either being denied home insurance or it's being jacked up. You ask anybody who has been the victim of what that means in terms of losing their home, having nowhere to go. We know that we can actually deal with this issue. The young people of America care deeply about this issue. And I am proud that as vice president over the last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion in a clean energy economy, while we have also increased domestic gas production to historic levels. We have created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs while I have been vice president. We have invested in clean energy to the point that we are opening up factories around the world. Donald Trump said he was going to create manufacturing jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs. And I'm also proud to have the endorsement of the United Auto Workers and Sean Fain, who also know that part of building a clean energy economy includes investing investing in American-made products, American automobiles. It includes growing what we can do around American manufacturing and opening up auto plants, not closing them like happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
It didn't happen under Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 manufacturing jobs this last month. It's going, they're all leaving. They're building big auto plants in Mexico, in many cases owned by China. They're building these massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people. What they have given to China is unbelievable. But we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country, because they will kill the United Auto Workers and any auto worker, whether it's in Detroit or South Carolina or any other place. What they've done to business and manufacturing in this country is horrible. We have nothing because they refuse. You know, Biden doesn't go after people because supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid to do it. Between him and his son, they get all this money from Ukraine. They get all this money from all of these different countries. And then you wonder, why is he so loyal to this one, that one, Ukraine, China? Why is he? Why did he get $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? Why did she pay him $3.5 million? This is a crooked administration, and they're selling our country down the tubes.
President Trump, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with closing statements from both of our candidates. An historic night, this ABC News presidential debate from Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
The ABC News presidential debate will continue after this.
Oh, yeah. Really look forward to it. Some of that shit, dog. Some of that shit. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Come on, dog. Come on. People feeding cats and shit. Come on. I be cleaning up cat shit sometimes. You know, you can watch me early morning fucking doing weird shit. Putting medicine in cats' mouths. That's breaking news. Breaking motherfucking news, man. Don't you understand? I think I got some sort of weird bacterial infection this morning, possibility. Which finger was it? I'll have to keep an eye on it. Cams, the breaking news happens every morning, 7:15 every morning live. At 7:15 every morning, man. It's like. What was that? Timbo, how you been, dude? So my dude, right now, they're just standing there awkwardly. Right? What else could they be doing? Are they talking shit to each other? Everybody's standing there. We watched a bunch of stuff today on Kitty Cam, actually. A bunch of government stuff. What did we watch today? You may remember? What was it called? There was a congressional hearing for immigration. It was what, dude? One of them was for voter fraud or illegal aliens being able to vote. Yeah, that was one of them. That was interesting. There was questions, answers, witnesses, and stuff, you know. Different representatives there. What was the other one, though? Who was there with me? Anybody here that was there? Maybe not. That was early. Well, that wasn't early, but Kitty Camp starts pretty early. Also, it was all border. Was it all border? I thought there was something else. There are two different things. Oh no, we started watching the one about China for a second, maybe. But was there something else though? China was being talked about in Congress for a little while, for an hour, but we didn't stay for the whole hour. How China is, they're doing too much. Y'all doing too much in America right now. Or not at all. The fat guy, yeah. Oh, that's breakfast. Oh, I always have breakfast with Royce Miller. I find one of his videos. If he doesn't have a new one, I'll just find one that I haven't seen yet, and I'll watch it while I eat. Golden Coin's been showing up for it. For that specifically. He only shows up for that, he says. That's his favorite. Watching me watch Royce. And that's sweet of him. Says every time he comes, I'm watching that. He shouted the Golden Coin though. Hey, she meowed at me and then jumped in my lap. What are you doing? She's trying to get behind me, but my foot's back there. What are you doing? You can't go that way. Not in the room. Come here.
Live from the National Constitution Center in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Here again, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Welcome back tonight. The time has come for closing statements, and Vice President Harris, we begin with you.
She's digging her way back there.
So I think you've heard tonight two very different visions for our country. One that is focused on the future, and the other that is focused on the past, and an attempt to take us backward. But we're not going back. And I do believe that the American people know we all have so much more in common than what separates us. And we can chart a new way forward. And a vision of that includes having a plan, understanding the aspirations, the dreams, the hopes, the ambition of the American people, which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy, investing in small businesses, in new families, in what we can do around protecting seniors, what we can do that is about giving hardworking folks a break and bringing down the cost of living. I believe in what we can do together that is about sustaining America's standing in the world and ensuring that we have the respect that we so rightly deserve, including respecting our military and ensuring we have the most lethal fighting force in the world. I will be a president that will protect our fundamental rights and freedoms, including the right of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. I'll tell you, I started my career as a prosecutor. I was a DA, I was an attorney general, a United States senator, and now vice president. I've only had one client, the people. And I'll tell you, as a prosecutor, I never asked a victim or a witness, are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only thing I ever asked them, are you okay? And that's the kind of president we need right now. Someone who cares about you and is not putting themselves first. I intend to be a president for all Americans and focus on what we can do over the next 10 and 20 years to build back up our country by investing right now in you, the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump?
So she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years. They've had 3.5 years to fix the border. They've had 3.5 years to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it, and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in. You believe in things like we're not going to frack, we're not going to take fossil fuel, we're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision. But I just ask one simple question. Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world, they're laughing. I know the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me. We're laughed at all over the world. They don't understand what happened to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any idea what's going on. We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military.
Why is his nose
She
wet
gave
right
a lot
there,
of it
though?
away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan.
He snort
What
something?
these people have done to our country, and maybe toughest of all, is allowing millions of people to come into our country. Many of them are criminals, and they're destroying our country. The worst president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
President Trump, thank you. And that is our ABC News presidential debate from here in Philadelphia at the National Constitution Center. I'm Lindsay Davis.
And I'm David Muir. Thank you for watching here in the
nose
U.S. and all
almost
over the
sort of
world.
wet
And from
right
all
there
of us
under,
here at
under the
ABC News.
nostril.
Good night.
Bro. Was that like that before the break? Where'd he go? Did they have to stand there? Oh, there's an audience of like one dude named Doug. He's clapping with one hand. Is that it? Come on, man. I don't know, man. I can't call it because she's not retarded like Biden. That was an easy one to call. But we all think Kamala rules. Yeah. Why, yeah, exactly. There doesn't need to be an audience. There should have been like people there in the audience, so like all the like speakers, fake audience going, Kamala, Kamala, Kamala. You know, why didn't they have that? That could have really helped sell her. Dude, Trump's gonna be up for a while now after taking those bumps. You know what he's gonna go do? Is a party type night? You think it's a party type night for Trump? He's gonna go out. He can't even do that anymore. What a weird fucking life that is now at that point. Like, he's incapable of just being like, you know what? I'm gonna go to the club tonight. You can't just do that. You know, some poor Secret Service has to go with him. And then, like, it's not going to be like he's just chilling at the club. It's going to be like, hey guys, I'm here. Yeah, that's right. You know, it's not just like some regular jokes that can be like just dancing in the dark with yourself and nobody's going to pay attention. Fucker can't go anywhere. He's probably just gonna go home now. Go home now. Past my bedtime. Dude, actually it's like 8, 9, it's almost 11 o'clock out there. Yeah, he's probably gonna fall asleep in the car on the way to bed. I would. He can dance. He's got the moves. That dance is patented. You can't do it on television now unless you have to pay Trump. I gotta be careful. I don't want to do it exactly how he does it. He'll come after me. Kitty Cam! Kitty Cam! Kitty Cam. Are y'all joining up on it? We got 31 subs right now. If I go live, there are more than here. We got our 31. Yeah. Yep. It's so hot in here, dude. It's 89.6. Okay, I'm surprised it's not 90. It feels like it. It's only 89.6. Pretty sweet. Now what's happening? There's Megan Kelly with 79,000 people watching.
No fair-minded person could think anything other than that they were in the tank for him and it was 3 against 1 on that stage.
Who the fuck is this lady?
Emily Jashinsky, DC correspondent for Unheard, and Rich Lowry,
Never heard of her.
editor-in-chief of National Review. I've never seen anything like it, Rich. I've never seen anything quite so biased at the presidential debate level.
Yeah, for real.
It continues a theme of this race, right? They've been completely in the tank
with how they did
Harris,
it. They like were like
moderators on the debate
fact-checking
stage
Trump.
completely in the tank for Kamala Harris. And you knew where the night was going when we got the first fact check when Trump was talking about abortion and was talking about, he misspoke in this instance. He got it right later when he said the West Virginia governor, he meant the former Virginia governor had talked about you can have abortions after birth, right? And he didn't say any state has abortions after birth. He just said the governor had said this, which is a correct statement. And then he's fact-checked by saying, well, Mr. Trump, there's no state in America that has abortion after 9 months. Actually, there are a few instances in Minnesota. He was correct about that as well. But this is the point. The fact check was incorrect, right? And this is why debate moderators shouldn't fact check. You know, the CNN moderators did not fact check because what you think the fact is in that moment may be subjective, you may be wrong, and you're tilting the playing field. And certainly to fact check one candidate and never fact check the other. She did the Charlottesville lie, the both sides are fine people lie, no fact check. She did the bloodbath lie. He clearly didn't mean that, you know, the country is going to be, there are going to be riots in the street if he's not elected. It was an economic statement. No fact check. So the moderators were a disgrace. It's one of the reasons Trump seemed on defensive a lot of the night. One was he took a lot of bait from Kamala Harris that he didn't need to. The other was the horrendous moderation.
Agree. He took bait he shouldn't have taken. He was defending himself on the pandemic. He was on his heels instead of going on offense and pivoting off of the bad point for him onto something that was more offensive. That was a tactical error by him. But I do want to spend a minute on this fact check you just mentioned. Here it is. Here's the moment we're referring to where Lindsay Davis helpfully fact checked Trump on
Maybe
this
should be cool.
abortion
Who knows?
claim.
They have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, who's doing an excellent job, but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born.
Okay, that's not true. And maybe she can use the word kill. It's not like somebody's sticking a knife in the dead baby, in the live baby as it's dying, Emily. But you and I both know that in places like Minnesota and elsewhere, if you are trying to abort a baby in the 9th month or otherwise, and it's born instead of dying in the mother's womb, they will let that baby sit on the table and die. And Trump's claim, though Rich is right, he said at first West Virginia, later he corrected himself to Virginia.
Really do that, though?
Their former governor, Ralph Northam, said this on camera, admitted to this. Here is the soundbite.
If a mother is in labor, I can tell you exactly what would happen. The infant would be delivered. The infant would be kept comfortable. The infant would be resuscitated if that's what the mother and the family desired. And then a discussion would ensue between the physicians and the mother. So,
I'll give you one other. Roger Severino, he's with the Heritage Foundation, tweeting out the following. Harris And as it turns out, Lindsay Davis is dead wrong. Some babies do survive abortions and can be saved, but are denied life-saving treatment, including under Tim Walz's watch. Harris even voted against the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act that would have defended the lives of these babies, their right to live once born. Unconscionable. Trump didn't say any of that. Okay, he tried. But the nerve of this moderator to inject herself into it without any of this.
Here's what I find especially infuriating about that. She editorialized with all of the sanctimony in the world to say that word, to focus in on that word, quote, execute. I don't know if she knows any of the context that you just provided, which is all completely accurate and known to people who follow the news closely, unless you're in a total bubble and aren't doing your job, which is obviously the case here. But she chose to editorialize and say, it's not true, you can't execute, you can't kill babies. I mean, actually, it depends on whether or not you consider having a baby who could be cared for, born alive, and then left without care. If you don't consider that an execution, okay. But she is injecting here.
They're preemies, probably, right?
And she doesn't have a leg to stand on this particular issue. There are obvious moments where Kamala Harris could have been fact-checked just as any candidate could. I don't object to them.
That'd be a weird place to be in as a woman having an abortion.
Period. We didn't after that CNN debate about Biden talk about the moderators for a lot of reasons, namely because of Biden. But we also really saw them sink into the background of that debate. It was the opposite in this case. They were constantly injecting themselves, constant fact checks. Didn't get a fact check on IVF, Project 2025, as Abigail Schreier pointed out. Nothing on Charlottesville, even when Snopes had fact-checked what Joe Biden was saying about Charlottesville that Kamala Harris repeated. Nothing on abortion, nothing on that bloodbath comment.
They're definitely
they just let it all
them
go and just went straight for Trump. It was all him, none her,
at an age that they can live
not
at.
one fact-check on Kamala Harris.
But Emily, what you point out gets to the insanity of it. If she was going to be strictly accurate in her fact check, she would have said, well, it's not technically an execution because you're not affirmatively killing the child. Instead, after the child's born, you're just giving the child comfort care and not the medical care that might be necessary to save him or her.
You don't give it to preemie.
That's a debate answer. And so, but instead they do it under the guise of a fact check, which gives it this authority it doesn't deserve, that they're using that by the grace of them sitting there as moderators. It's a total abuse of their role.
Hey, later on, they're trying.
Yeah, and the same thing on Trump's attempt to claim that when he said on a podcast that he lost the 2020 election by a whisker, I said this on my show today, you guys. I said, if I were asking the questions tonight, I would ask him about that, and about the fact that he said on a podcast last week he lost by a whisker. And you should bring that up, and that's fine to bring that up, which they did. And I was actually surprised by Trump's answer. I was being sarcastic. And I'm going to be honest, I don't know that he was being sarcastic in that answer either. I didn't detect the sarcasm myself. That's not appropriate as a fact check, David Muir. Here's the moment.
Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short.
I said that?
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I said that sarcastically. You know that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it.
All right, we'll recut that with the actual response from David Muir, which was, I didn't detect any sarcasm. That's opinion. That's opinion, Emily. And,
it was definitely sarcasm.
It's not up to the debate moderator to be saying, I don't quite believe you. That's what he's saying. I didn't believe your answer. Who gives a flying fig what David Muir thinks of Trump's answer?
I got some fresh figs in the kitchen right now.
Getting into the business of live fact-checking debates is a farce. And in this case, it was so obviously a farce because not once did they attempt to do the same thing to Kamala Harris? And it was interesting because in the first half of the debate, Kamala Harris came out, she seemed maybe a little nervous. Donald Trump seemed like, he thought that she would be easier to debate than she actually was. And, he took the bait a couple of times from her. She baited him into talking about his rallies, when he probably shouldn't have been litigating the size of his rallies. But then as the media fact checks started piling up, and as it became clearer and clearer that the editorial line from ABC News, from the leadership that is very close to Kamala Harris, as you point out, Megan, they said that there was an editorial firewall in this case, which was obviously not true. That bled all the way down into this debate, and that became increasingly obvious. And that's where Donald Trump picked up steam. He was, he I thought came across as a little overly defensive and angry in the first half of the debate. But as the media performance started to get more and more egregious, he actually really, really did start picking up steam. So even by their own objectives, they're too dumb. They're too dumb to actually fulfill their own their own objectives, which we all know is that they want to destroy Donald Trump, because this ends up helping him when it may not have been a good debate for him, period. Now the big conversation coming out of the Trump camp is going to be an entirely reasonable one about what a joke the media was. So the big loser here, and I mean bigger than Donald Trump in this case, is ABC News. Because now, I think all of the networks, to your point, Megan, might be losing access to debates from Republicans going forward. They should.
They must. They must. And just one final point on the fact check, the so-called fact check by this Lindsay Davis. Here, it's even more egregious and annoying when she's like, okay, there's no state in this union that allows a baby to be killed after being born. Or like if you do it, with the right body language, like, it's very hard to deal with this lying liar who lies all the time, but I will handle it because I work for ABC News. And meanwhile, she's the one lying. It's just so infuriating to watch, right? You can't. If Trump agrees to another debate on ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN, maybe not CNN, because he did okay on the last one. He deserves what he gets. He deserves what he gets. Because Team Kamala tonight, right now, Rich, is saying, let's have another debate. Is he up for it? She's up for it. Let's have another one. Because now she's feeling good, and she's been reminded that her little pets in the media will run cover for her. They're even better than her emotional support governor. She's got an emotional support team out there now in the form of Muir and Davis, and she would have the same thing if this were an NBC or a CBS debate as well. So Trump, I don't know what he'll do.
136,000 people are watching this right now.
I think he should. I don't think this one went very well for him. I mean, he always seems vigorous, right, and vivid. He just has that presence that you can't fake, and that he has naturally. And he made his points over and over again on the economy, that she's been there for 3.5 years, but he was vague, he was repetitive, 139,000. And I think she was overly rehearsed. Obviously, she's extremely rehearsed, but she got her points across, and I think they're probably delighted with her performance tonight. As we said, a lot of help from the moderators.
925,000. What? 925,000. I can't even. The page, the fucking YouTube won't even load. It's almost got 1 billion people watching. Look at this shit. Have you ever seen that before?
She should have been fact-checked a lot more on
some of the things she said. Have you ever seen that before?
This comment about a bloodbath, which was about the auto industry.
So they have 1 billion earlier?
A lot of things were not said tonight that she needed to say in order to move the numbers. And I don't think Donald Trump's numbers move at all. They haven't moved at all for months.
Ryan Priebus, Donna Brazil, both thank you for your time.
All right, well, I gotta say,
they had 1 billion at one point.
What a incredible debate, consequential debate.
Oh, it's
no doubt.
ABC. Yeah, they probably
how
did.
How many votes will actually be moved? I don't know how many persuadable voters are actually out there. But Kamala Harris had a chance here to introduce herself to the country, to people who know who she is but don't know where she stands. Now, you could debate how much she did in terms of the specifics of where she stands, but she stood up there. And I think it was very significant to hear Chris Christie say that she acted like she seemed like she belonged.
Exactly, and Chris was clearly impressed with that. But to your point, John, what matters is what the voters think. Kamala Harris was hurling things against Donald Trump, and he's been convicted, and January 6th and everything else she could throw at him. But in the end, right now, he is tied with Kamala Harris. Does this change anything? We've all seen debates where people
I
are
think
very
it probably
proud of what
did
they
hit
did.
$1
Hillary
billion.
Clinton
It's at
thought she won that debate,
925,000
many debates
now.
in 2016, and she didn't
I mean, a
win.
million.
So
Shut
you
up.
have to be very careful, and it's very important to see what the voters think.
And look, the Harris campaign certainly thinks that they were, they put him on the defensive. They are going to keep getting out and making this message. She's going to be out there in those critical battlegrounds again later this week. They're so optimistic. They want that second debate. As Rachel said, the message from the campaign tonight, Vice President Harris is ready for a second debate. They're looking for one in October. They say, is Donald Trump, ? One last goading of him to end the night.
Wow, that is something else. I did not predict that at the beginning.
Do you think that got bones, bro?
Voters out there want a change. That's what the polls say. And both of these candidates really trying to present themselves as the agent of change. We will have to see in the polls who did the most effective job of doing that tonight.
We will see. All right, that is it for us here in Philadelphia. A night to remember for sure.
Yeah. This is CBC's gonna be like, so what you doing later?
ABC News Live, Disney Plus, Hulu, and anywhere else you stream live news.
Have some pickles? You like pickles? Do I ever? You ain't been with a hood chick before, have you?
Thank you so much for joining us on this special edition of ABC
not.
News Live, the race for the White House. I'm Wade
He's so
Johnson.
fake.
We are live from the spin room here in Philadelphia. You can see all the people gathering and the spin that's going on behind me after that historic face-off between former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris.
Pickles?
A pivotal night
As long as
in a
they're
historically
not sweet
close
pickles.
presidential race. It started with a
she
handshake and
walked
a nice
to
to
him.
see you, but then the candidates held nothing back. Take a look.
She was big on defund the police.
Worked all the way to
Minnesota, she
him.
went out. Wait a minute. I'm talking now. If you don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar?
For 90 minutes, highlighting their
What
vast
is on their
differences on
clipboard?
everything from America's involvement in foreign wars to abortion rights and immigration. The former president promising to strengthen the economy, while Harris offered a vision for a less divided country.
We see in each other a friend. We see in each other a neighbor. We don't want a leader who is constantly trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other.
And I'm going to build it again. It's going to be bigger, better, and stronger.
Our polls showing the race still neck and neck within the margin of error, including in the battleground states. But the question on many people's minds right now is who won the night on this first and likely last face-off in the race for president. We have live team coverage from the National Constitution Center and here in the spin room.
Who the fuck are
We
you,
begin
man?
With our, Jay
Weird
O'Brien
hair.
covering it all.
Kamala Harris.
Tonight, the historic face-off. Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump going head-to-head in their first and what will likely be their only debate before Election Day.
If she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. She has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window.
I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies. What you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. And I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about is you.
Trump lashing out.
She's been so bad, it's so ridiculous.
Trump in his 7th presidential
leave while
debate.
Trump's
Harris,
talking.
her first.
Maybe because they don't want to deal with the crowd.
Some of whom worked with you.
The parking.
And they say you're a disgrace.
And they know that
It's clashing on major
they get to
issues
see
like
him.
the economy.
Let's talk about what Donald Trump left
see
us.
that.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression. And what we have
You guys
done
like
is
penises
clean
or
up
what?
Donald Trump's mess. I am actually the
see
only
people are
person
leaving.
on this
I
stage
see
who
you
has
wanna
a
put some
plan that is
penises in
about
their mouth.
lifting up the middle class and working people of
there want a
America.
couple more?
I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps
they're
in the
gonna get some
history of our
penises,
country
y'all.
because I've never seen a
I get
worse
it.
period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or
I
bacon
wouldn't
or
do it,
eggs
but-
or anything else. The people of our
get-
country
some
are
people do it.
absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy.
Abortion.
And I pledge to you, When Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban.
Well, there she goes again. It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. She said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote.
And immigration.
I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings.
They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people let in. And all over the world, crime is down. All over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof.
Harris mentioning Trump's legal woes, including 4 felony indictments
and 1
conviction.
I think this is so
Flying
rich.
across the screen is why
coming
I
from
love
someone who has
this
been prosecuted
station.
for national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big court appearance is in November at his own criminal sentencing.
Trump doubling down on his lies that he won the 2020 election.
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I
you
said
did
that
say
sarcastically.
That.
You know that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically.
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a very difficult time processing that.
Their differences stark, making their pitches in a race that poll after poll show is neck and neck.
The President of the United States is commander-in-chief, and the American people have a right to rely on a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring that there is stability and ensuring we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit of personal flattery.
I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy with a fake Russia investigation.
Plenty of big moments in the debate tonight. So joining us now is former Congressman Cedric Richmond, who's now co-chair for the Harris-Walz campaign. Mr. Richmond, thank you so much for joining us. We
they got a Harris-Walz person on,
Heading into tonight's debate, the polls were showing
nice.
that Kamala Harris still needed to tell her story, that voters wanted to know more about her and the issues and where she stood on the positions that matter to the voters. How do you think she did?
Why are there buttons?
Well, I think rightfully so. I think voters deserve to know the candidates that they're voting for, and I think she did an excellent job tonight talking about not only her values, but talking about her plan for the American people. And I think that was the big difference tonight. She focused on how do I help Americans dealing with several challenges, the challenges of child care, the challenges of affordable housing, the challenges of rising grocery prices. And I think she addressed all of that. And I think the American people are giving her a fresh look, and I think she did an excellent job.
Donald Trump, the former president, says that she's a flip-flopper. She can't be trusted because her issues have evolved so much over the years. Do you think that she properly addressed that tonight?
Absolutely. I think that she was she hit it direct on and talked about, for example, with fracking and healthcare. She said she wouldn't ban fracking as vice president. She didn't ban fracking, and she has no intention on banning fracking. When she talked about healthcare, she said her values was always that healthcare should be a right and not a privilege just for the rich. And she talked about how to expand healthcare. So I think she did a very good job of going into her policies and how they align with her values as growing up in a middle-class family. And how that relates to the families in the United States right now.
Another thing heading into tonight, the polls showed that voters, for the most part, trusted Trump more on some key issues like immigration and the economy. Kamala Harris did not answer the question right off the top of whether Americans are better now than they were 4 years ago before Joe Biden took office. Is that going to be a continued problem for her?
4 years ago, 50% of the schools in this country were closed. You had thousands.
And then didn't do with Trump.
But
what the fuck?
50% of the schools in this country were closed. 10 million people were out of work.
And then Trump.
You had businesses shut down.
And I hate that they use COVID like they did
16 million
something.
jobs created, schools open. So I think what the vice president was doing, and she did a good job of doing, was articulating where we started, where we are now, and what her plans and how it would chart a new way forward. And I think she did a good job of that.
I want to go ahead and take a listen to a clip here that we prepared.
Does he actually believe his bullshit?
About each other's policies. Let's take a listen.
I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat.
So that's, again, to that same narrative here, the Trump team trying to define her. Do you believe, are you confident that she is able to change this narrative going forward? Clearly, the voters still want to know more about her. They want to know where she stands. Do you think that she's going to be able to do that in the days and weeks ahead?
Yeah, I think she did a great job of it tonight. And part of what a debate is, it's a compare and contrast. And I think that she talked about our values, and I think he talked about himself. He's still stuck thinking he won the 2020 election. In fact, that was the lowest point on the dials when he still rehashed that he won the election in 2020. Her highest point on the dial is when she talked about she was going to be a president for all of America, that she was going to work hard to improve the quality of life of everybody in this country. And I think that she did a great job tonight. And she's willing to keep doing it, and she's going to keep showing people who she is, and who she's fighting for, and that's the American people.
Former Congressman Cedric Richmond, thank you for your time tonight. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
All right.
Never heard of
Let's
him.
turn now to our senior congressional correspondent, Rachel Scott, who is joining us right now. And Rachel, obviously, you've been on the campaign trail. You've been talking about the Trump campaign and the Harris campaign. One of the big issues, and there was a significant moment tonight, was the topic of abortion. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
One does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body.
So, Rachel, forgive me, a lot going on
Rachel
here in
is
the spin
definitely
room,
down with whatever Harris is saying.
Your takeaway on what we just heard right there, I know people with the Harris campaign are saying that that was a strong moment for her.
Yeah, it looks awfully busy in that spin room behind you, but I know a lot of those surrogates there for the Harris campaign and for the Trump campaign are going to be getting questions about this because this is going to be a critical defining issue in this election. Look, abortion rights could be on the ballot in as many as 12 states, including several key battlegrounds. And this is why you have Harris, who has been the leading voice on this issue for the Biden administration, really taking it to the former president, who has been sort of all over the map on where he stands. Look, his record is clear. He appointed 3 of the 5 Supreme Court justices that overturned Roe versus Wade. At the same time today, when he was pressed on his stance, even what his own running mate has said, that he would veto a national abortion ban, you heard the former president not even committing to that. And so Harris does see this as a very effective line of attack, especially when you look at the polls. She still has that double-digit edge, especially in those battleground states among likely female voters.
One of the areas where former President Trump has struggled is connecting to those women voters, especially those who are undecided. What is the sense? How is the Trump campaign responding to how he did on that tonight?
Yeah, well, the former president's campaign insists that Harris essentially didn't necessarily go into a lot of detail about her policy positions. They continue to insist that they're doing very well among likely female voters, but they also know, that this is an area that the former president has to do some work on ahead of November. And it's a reason why you're seeing the former president really turn his focus, as he tried to say in the debate tonight, toward things like IVF, and him saying that he wants the government to provide free IVF to women in this country. It's a reason why he's trying to turn the page and focus more on women's issues, because he knows that he's behind in the polls compared to Vice President Kamala Harris. Now, whether or not he did an effective job at laying that all out tonight, I think that remains to be seen. I still think that tonight the former president drifted into a lot of areas that his advisors and allies just did not want him to go into. They wanted him to stay on message. They didn't want this whole back and forth over rallies and crowd size or people who are allegedly eating pets in Ohio. They wanted him to really focus on the issues.
She know.
All right, Rachel Scott, we're going to talk more about that
fuck
right
you
now.
knew,
We
Rachel.
appreciate it. Thank you. We're going to bring in Senator Marco Rubio from Florida. And that question, Marco, we're going to pick it up right there. We've heard from advisors and Trump campaign officials going into tonight that they were hoping that the former president would stay on the issues and stay on message. Do you believe that he accomplished that? How would you rate him tonight?
First of all, I think that Donald Trump has been running for president since 2016. He has been president. Americans have lived under the Trump presidency. He's well defined on these things. And a lot of things he said tonight, it's part of the persona. And so I think if he hadn't done some of those things, people would be watching and saying, oh, that's a different Donald Trump. It's not the same guy. I think the person with the onus tonight was Kamala Harris, who's still not very well known. And I think tonight what you take away from it and everything she says and in the days to come, what I think a lot of voters, real voters, not political pundits, not people like me, just people that are out there in the real world watching this that are going to be voting, that aren't daily political people, they're taking away from it. We don't know a lot about her. And tonight we found out she either basically is the same as Joe Biden on public policy or even potentially farther to the left, given her positions in 2019 and 2020 when she wanted to pay for the transgender surgeries of illegal migrants in detention, when she was raising money to bail out rioters. A lot of people didn't know she was doing that, where she wanted to defund ICE. Or she's just like Don. And by the way, one of the most outrageous moments tonight, she stood there and basically touted what happened in Afghanistan as a success. That it was a great success. It was a humiliation. It was a disaster. It was not a withdrawal. It was a retreat, and a costly retreat. It cost 13 American lives, cost our national prestige.
She tried to put it back on the Trump campaign in the sense that these were dates that were previously established and negotiated by the Trump administration.
If that's what she said, that's a lie. Because there was no dates that said the Taliban runs you out. What happened there basically was the Taliban forced the Afghan government that she was bragging about. It just collapsed. They just abandoned their posts. They ran us out of the country. They gave us 72 hours to get out, and we had to leave behind $90 billion worth of equipment that they were just parading around the other day. That was not a part of any Trump plan. That most certainly was not part. That was a result of the collapse of that government due to the malfeasance, malpractice of the State Department and the Department of Defense. Not a single person's been fired for it. Everybody sees it for the humiliation that it was, even Democrats. And she's bragging about it as a great success. But there's a lot more to unpack here. Tonight, for the first time, that 25% of Americans that say they wanted to learn more about her, they're beginning to learn that, in fact, she was not born on July 24th of this year. She was vice president. She's been there when 50% increases happened in our groceries bill. She's been in the White House when over 10 million people have entered this country unlawfully over the last 3.5 years.
Can I ask you about immigration? Obviously, this is something that you've spoken about, and so has the former president. Polls show that Americans, voters, at least right now, trust former President Trump more on the issue of abortion. But does it help his case when he comes out?
Immigration.
On immigration, forgive me. On immigration. But does it help his case when he comes out and talks about things like, migrants kidnapping and eating pets in Ohio? Does that help his case?
People, listen, I don't know if that's true or not true. And what he said tonight was that there are people out there putting that on social media.
Government officials have told us that.
The city manager said they had no reports of it. But there are actual people, real people who are claiming this, and that it's happening in Springfield, Ohio. That's had like an influx of 15 or 20 million migrants brought here under this parole program. And that's claims that people are making, and that's what he's pointing to. But irrespective of that, beyond it, I was just in Ohio last week, and people were talking about Springfield, and what they were saying is it has been a real burden that same city manager, I believe, was the one that came out and said we have a housing crisis because they flooded our community with people that were brought in under the Biden parole program. The Biden immigration program has been a complete and absolute disaster. It has led to 9 or 10 million people coming into this country unlawfully, including people they claim they vetted that turn out to be members of a very violent Venezuelan gang that is now terrorizing New York City, Chicago, parts of Florida, and Aurora, Colorado, as was pointed out tonight. She has to answer for that. She's been there when all this was happening. Why didn't they do anything about it? I was disappointed, frankly, that she was not pressed more on that. On the record of the last 3.5 years. She has not been some bystander. She has been in the White House, the second most powerful figure in this administration when all these terrible things have happened to our country. She should have been forced to answer more for that. That said, I think that tonight those issues, the President Trump effectively raised those issues in the minds of a lot of undecided voters who I think are going to begin to take that into account as they fill in the blanks of who she is.
What about the issue of election integrity? Trump, again, tonight would not acknowledge the results of the 2020 election. election. He also, when asked multiple times if he had any regrets about January 6th, didn't answer that question. Is that going to be a problem for him?
Well, I think what he said about January 6th was that he's not responsible for what happened that evening.
You don't think he bears any responsibility for?
I believe in individual agency. I think there were a lot of people that went to Washington to protest, and there were a handful of crazies that went in to do something they shouldn't have done. And among those, there were people that were violent and people that committed crimes. And the ones who committed violent crimes, those people should serve their sentences if you committed an act of violence. But I don't think that they did it. Donald Trump didn't tell them to go do it, and that's what he has said. I do think, on the other hand, we have to ask Democrats, what about these people that were out there excusing the rioters that were burning down American cities?
But
some of them weren't even prosecuted.
Do you have confidence that this is going to be a free and fair election, and that there will be a...
Yeah, listen, free and fair elections is one thing, but people have to have confidence in the process. For example, in the state of Georgia, they entered into a consent decree. They ignored their own laws because they entered into a consent decree and allowed a court to change their laws. And how you're allowed to vote and when and what method and so forth. And when you do that in multiple places, including here in the Commonwealth, that undermines people's confidence, especially in a close election. That's why election laws are so important. That's why they need to be followed. It's not just about getting the count right. It's about conducting an election in a way that gives everybody confidence that nothing happened that shouldn't have happened. And that didn't happen in 2020 because COVID caused a lot of states to try to create flexibility that didn't exist in statute.
But the investigations never found any examples of widespread fraud.
But it's almost impossible to find widespread fraud. But that's not the claim I've ever made. The claim is that they have not followed their own laws. And when you don't follow your own laws of election, you open the door to fraud. But more importantly, you open the door to a lack of confidence in your electoral process. When you say these are the rules and then you violate those rules, you are undermining people's confidence in the election, especially when one side comes up short by a very narrow margin. That's why election laws are so important, to protect people's confidence in the elections. That's why they're so important, and they weren't followed in 2020 in multiple jurisdictions.
All right, Senator Rubio, thank you for your
Thank you.
We appreciate it. Let's go ahead and head over to our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce, who's been talking to both campaigns. Mary, your thoughts on what we've been hearing so far from the Harris campaign?
Well, look, they certainly are absolutely thrilled with how this night turned out. They think that Kamala Harris was out there looking presidential, that she was in command, and that they feel she did, shine a spotlight on Donald Trump's record, that she was able to articulate her positions and pivot and get under Trump's skin. And look, there's no question she did successfully goad him in many instances, and they feel that she was really successful at that she threw Donald Trump off message. And it does appear, is that Donald Trump there going into the spin room, perhaps, making an entrance there as well? I know you'll keep an eye on that. Let me know if you need to turn there. But, one of the things that's so interesting is looking ahead now. Where does the Kamala Harris team go? Because so much of this comes down to whether, they can spin this how they want. Trump's team can spin this how he wants. But what it comes down to are those key independent voters. Harris is going to be out there in those key battleground states in the coming days. And they feel this was so successful. They are now asking for a second debate in October, challenging Trump to see if he will accept that debate. Maybe you can shout that question to him there, Win. And in a final, sort of top off the night here, Taylor Swift tweeting out to her 283 million followers that she is now endorsing Kamala Harris. With that is going to be something that's hard for Trump to shake off.
Hey,
the fucking shit. Those bitches don't vote.
President Donald Trump is here in the spin room. Whenever there's an audience, we know that the former president likes to be part of it. So he has essentially taken over. And there is a scramble here on the spin room floor. Let's go to Jay O'Brien. I think you're right there in the middle of it. Jay, what's going on?
The Swifties are going to vote for
the spin room
Biden.
here. He's walking here. Mr. Trump, we're live on ABC News here, sir. Mr. Trump. I think he's about to talk. Wait, here we go.
So we thought it was our best debate ever. It was my best debate ever, I think. And we had it was very interesting. It showed how weak they are, how pathetic they are, and what they're doing to destroy our country and the border with foreign trade, with everything. And I think it was the best debate I've ever personally that I've had. We're getting polls that show 92 to 6, 88 to 11. We're having a lot of great polls that just came out. They're polls, I guess, phone polls and lots of other polls, but you see the polls. A very important debate. Now, she wants to do another one because she got beaten tonight, but I don't know if we're going to do another one. I wouldn't mind.
Did she get into your head tonight, sir?
polls are indicating that we got 90%, 60%, 72%, 71%, and 89%. So the polls are very good, but beyond the polls, I felt very good. I had a good time doing it. I hate to speak about our country so negatively, but that's what happened. They've ruined our country. They've destroyed our country. So I hope you're all having a good time, but it was a very interesting evening. Yeah, go ahead.
So confident you won tonight. Why are you here? Why not let the performance speak for itself?
Well, I think it did, but people said, would I come here? And I made an obligation to a couple of people that I'm going to do their show. But it was I thought it was a great night.
Mr. President, you talked to...
I have no idea.
Mr. President, when Republicans are complaining about moderators, does that mean that it wasn't a good night? Were you not prepared?
No, I thought the moderators were very unfair, but it basically was 3-on-1. But I thought they were very unfair, the moderators. Everybody did. But despite that, they're saying that the debate was a big
Were you prepared for that kind of debate?
Yeah, I assume the moderators would be bad because that right there is the worst of all the news networks, in my opinion, and it always has been. Yeah.
Why will you commit to a second debate with Kamala Harris if you believe?
A second debate because she lost tonight very badly. So they immediately called for a second debate because they lost. So we'll, think about that. But she immediately called for a second. Look, we're looking at polls. We're looking at polls. The worst poll that we've had was 71 that I see, 71% to like 24 or 25%. We'll look at it.
All right, Whit, so if you still have me, he's walked a little bit away from our camera. Now he's at the edge there. You won't be able to hear him well. But one of the things you did hear was a question just asked by our Catherine Faulders asking, why not commit to another debate if you believe that you won? He said he believes he won this debate, but then he was also asked, why be here in the spin room spinning about this debate if it's a debate that you believe was a clean win? We're going to try to get you as close as we can to Donald Trump, but I don't think you're going to be able to hear. Let me try to get my mic in there and see if you can hear Whit if you're still going through my camera here.
Yeah, we're listening. Let's see what we can hear.
I thought it was my best debate. I had great debates. I thought this was my best debate. Well, I thought she was not very good tonight. She didn't protect the vice president. He's the office of the vice president. And certainly, if you take a look at it, she was terrible with respect to the president. She's trying to get herself away from Biden, and she wasn't able to do that tonight. I think it was a big thing. They wanted to disassociate with Biden, and they weren't able to do it. What did you think about that?
Mr. President! Mr. President!
What am I going to do? Project 2025. Yeah, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. What did you think of the moderators' facts that you used around the debate? I think the moderators were very unfair. I actually thought they were just
All right. So, Whit, if I could just tell you what we're seeing, because it's probably still hard to hear him. Donald Trump has entered the spin room. He's gaggled with reporters. He came over to our camera just a few moments ago, and now he's walked over to the corner there to another section of the gaggle here. It's hard to see him.
All right, so unfortunately, we don't have the best vantage point or the.
He has said numerous things about the debate, the top line being that he believes that he won. He talked about polls that we're not certain where they exactly came from as showing him up in the race. But point being is Donald Trump has made this unscheduled appearance here to the spin room to say that he won. But he got asked the question, why be here in the spin room if you believe this was a clean win? And he didn't really fully answer that.
All right, Jay, forgive me as we're following everything. Former President Trump right there in the spin room. We are going to step away from this just for a second. We'll come back if anything happens. But we want to talk to our Republican and Democratic strategists, Reince Priebus and Donna Brazile, to get their reaction to everything that's happening. I'm sure there's no surprise to you that he came here to the spin room, wanted to take over and be the center of the floor. But Donna Brazile, let's start with you, because obviously this was a big moment for both candidates, a pivotal moment. Donald Trump says that he won the debate and that Kamala Harris lost badly. How do you see it tonight?
Once again, the President of the United States, the former president, is once again just making it up as he go along. Look, I've never seen a candidate walk into a spin room to try to control the conversation when he fumbled, when he wasn't able to deliver. He ran it. He went back to his rally notes. He had nothing to offer the American people. And even when he got a second bite at the apple, something he didn't even deserve in the conversation, he brought us back to his dangerous, distorted realm of being. It was pitiful to watch him. Look, I thought the vice president gave a solid performance. She showed the American people tonight that she has the vision to lead this country. She wants to unite this country. She talked about lowering costs. She talked about what they are doing now and what she plans to do in the future. So I think the vice president should be proud of her performance tonight. She knows she has a lot of work to do. She got to get more people, to rally and to support her candidacy. But you see the former president out there trying to get the media to pay attention to him. The vice president say, let's pay attention to the American people. They deserve better.
Let's bring in Reince Priebus, because Reince, earlier this evening when we were talking before the debate, the recommendation that you gave, or the advice that you said that you would give the former president, was for him to not take the bait and to stay focused on the issues. There were a few moments there when Kamala Harris was able to get under his skin, specifically when she was talking about crowd sizes and things like that. How do you think the former president did?
Well, I think she did get under his skin a few times. I mean, that's obvious. But the fact of the matter is, I don't think Donald Trump's numbers change at all. And I think the big mistake that Kamala Harris made is she didn't address head on the biggest issue in the race, which is the economy, the cost of living. She had nothing to say on immigration. She had no answer when she was asked about defunding the police. She had nothing to say about the families that were lost in Afghanistan. So I think those are opportunities lost. I do think that the President Trump, anyway, closed very well when he said, look, you work in the White House every day, and you talk about the things that you want to do. Why don't you do the things now that you work in the White House? And so I thought that was a strong ending. Whether or not anyone was moved tonight is another story, because I don't think Trump's numbers move, and I actually don't think Kamala Harris addressed the most important issues in the race. Getting Trump mad about crowd sizes and all these other things, it's not going to move any voters at all.
Reince Priebus, Donna Brazile, thank you so much. We appreciate it. All right, we do want to bring in Tulsi Gabbard, former Congresswoman and Trump campaign advisor. She is joining us here in the spin room. And Tulsi, it's good to see you.
Thank you.
You have a unique perspective here, because not only have you debated against Kamala Harris, but you were once a Democrat. Now you support former President Trump, and you helped him with some of his debate prep. How do you think the evening went, and did you see some of the things that you discussed before the debate play out in real time tonight?
President Trump kept this debate very focused on the issues that matter most to the American people. And I think, to me, when you look at this debate, that was the biggest contrast, is that President Trump really brought voice to the American people who are concerned about crime on their streets, who are concerned about millions of illegal immigrants crossing the border, and how this doesn't just affect the border communities. This is affecting, in a very negative way, communities all across the country. He kept coming back to these issues. He kept coming back to the economy and how more and more Americans are continuing to struggle to afford basic necessities, groceries, gas, supplies, things that they are reminded of every single day, that their dollar is going shorter and shorter. It doesn't go as far as it used to be. These are the issues that the American people are most concerned about, and quite frankly, that Kamala Harris not only didn't really speak to or address, but she also didn't recognize and admit the fact that people are in this position today given the Biden-Harris administration's policies, and that they have been the ones in the White House these past 4 years, not Donald Trump.
So you talked about immigration and the economy. Those are two issues that voters have trusted, at least in the polling shows they trust Trump a bit more. But one area where he's been vulnerable has been abortion. And we heard from Nikki Haley earlier. She suggested that Donald Trump and J.D. Vance need to change the way they speak about women. Tonight, there were some heated exchanges over the issue of abortion. Trump himself has struggled to sort of define where he stands right now. How do you think he handled that part of the debate?
I think he clarified and told the truth about a lot of things that Kamala Harris accused him of that were outright lies. She was trying to tell the American people that he supports a federal abortion ban. He does not. She tried to tell the American people that he's trying to ban IVF, something that's personal to me because it's something that my husband and I, for years, tried to start our own family through the use of IVF. It didn't work out for us, works out for a lot of families. President Trump was quick on the draw when that Alabama court ruled, and he immediately said, no, we have to protect IVF, and the Alabama state legislature took action. She continued to say things. She's trying to say he's trying to ban birth control. That is also 100% false. So President Trump, I think, did a good job in clarifying the truth after Kamala Harris continued to lob lie after lie at him, saying things that he stood for that frankly just are not true.
Well, the former president made some false claims, too. He said that, there were states that wanted to kill babies after they were born. We fact-checked that a bunch of times, even prior to the debate. There is not a single state in this country that would allow that sort of thing. But I want to ask you about something else. He also made a pretty serious allegation saying that he took a bullet to the head because of the way Democrats, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, have been talking about him, saying that he's a threat to democracy. You're a former Democrat. Do you think that Democrats are to blame, at least in part, for that assassination attempt? And remember, the FBI says they don't know what the motive was in that attack.
There is no doubt in my mind that those who use such insightful rhetoric as calling Donald Trump the same as our modern day Hitler, not once, not twice, but year after year after year after year, it doesn't take it shouldn't take an FBI investigator to add 1 + 1 = 2. People always say, well, what would you have done if you were in a position where you could have stopped Hitler back during World War II? To think that any person watching them call Donald Trump today's modern day Hitler wouldn't take it upon themselves to say, hey, maybe I should be that hero to go and take out this man who these people I see on television, who these powerful people in Washington are saying is our modern day Hitler, then you're not actually living in the real world. There are consequences to using that dangerous, insightful rhetoric, and it would not surprise me to know that it would lead to that very dangerous and tragic situation.
Former Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard, thank you for your time.
Nice to talk to you.
Nice to talk to you. Let's head out to, we're going to talk more on the issue of immigration right now. Go to ABC News contributor Maria Elena Salinas and ABC News national correspondent Maria Villarreal, who is at the border in El Paso right now. Thank you both for being here. We appreciate it. So from the start of the debate here, former President Trump attacked the Biden administration's policies on immigration. Let's take a listen to at least some of those exchanges.
They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that she and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country. They're dangerous.
Maria, let's start with you because we heard Trump there repeating some claims about a flood of people coming from prisons, jails, mental institutions, stealing American jobs. What should voters know about these claims?
You know, Whit, listen, we talked about this in the pre-show, that this would be his fallback because he feels very confident when he talks about immigration, very supported. But there is some issue, some concern with this, because a lot of what he talks about are spins on exactly what the truth might be. So, for example, yes, we've had some record numbers during the Biden administration of encounters with migrants at the border. However, that does not mean that they are coming from mental health institutions and prisons. In fact, there are are no facts that actually prove that statement that he has continued to say. Some other points that definitely stuck out to me. Again, we've heard a lot of people referencing the comment he made from Ohio and how migrants are stealing pets and eating them. Again, we've had a number of people fact check that, and it is not true. I mean, and then the biggest one for us is when he talks about the influence of the presidential election and how migrants are being shipped to the United States in order for them to vote. Look, it is very clear there are laws on the books that say already that you have to be a U.S. citizen in order to vote. If you vote illegally, you will go to jail. So those laws are already in the books. So yes, while we
people
did
are
hear
still
Trump
getting
talk
busted
a lot
doing
about
it.
immigration, we didn't really hear a lot of truth
Those
here.
are just the ones that
On
get
the
caught.
other side of it, Whit, I do want to point out that every time Kamala Harris was asked about immigration, we didn't hear what voters have continued to say they need. They wanted policy, they wanted facts, they wanted strategy for the future. I just don't think that we heard that from either candidate tonight on this particular issue, which is very big for voters.
And Maria Elena, let's bring you into this conversation. Recent polls suggest voters do trust Donald Trump over Kamala Harris on the issue of immigration. We've talked about that. Did Vice President Harris do an effective job outlining how her policies would be different from Biden's? She's trying to walk a fine line here, being a supportive vice president while also being a candidate that she says about the future.
Right. Vice President Harris did not really talk much about immigration other than to accuse former President Trump of killing the bipartisan bill by convincing Republicans to simply not vote for it or not put it out on the floor. And what she did say was that she would sign that bipartisan bill once it was approved by Congress and would turn it into law. Of course, this is a bill that would limit the amount of migrants that could enter the country and put more agents at the border. But let me just say that it seemed as if President Trump is running on demonizing immigrants and creating fear that they are criminals, killing Americans and eating cats and dogs, like Mireya mentioned. But on the issues that Latinos really care about most, the economy, the high cost of housing, she did spell out what she would do to improve living conditions, at least somewhat. And former President Trump, on the other hand, didn't really give any specifics other than saying that the economy under him would be bigger and better and that he would impose tariffs on foreign countries. So when it comes to the issues that Latino voters care about, there seem to be more specifics from VP Harris than from former President Trump. I think a lot of Latino voters out there would have liked to hear more on what Kamala Harris plans to do, and if she really is going to implement that double approach, which is tough on the border, but at the same time, be humane when it comes to immigrants that are already living in this country and have families. So that, I think, part is pending.
We'll stand by to hear more as the campaign continues. Maria Elena Salinas and Maria Villarreal, thanks to you both. And as we mentioned earlier, the economy, of course, one of the major points of interest for tonight's debate. So here to discuss more on that and how the candidates did on that issue, Elizabeth Schulze is joining us. So, Elizabeth, what answers on the economy specifically stood out to you the most?
Well, and Whit, the very first question of the debate was on the economy. Vice President Harris was asked if she believes Americans are better off now than they were 4 years ago. And frankly, as you pointed out, she didn't answer the question. She instead pivoted to talk about, in broad brushstrokes, some of the policies that she's highlighting: small business tax credits, down payment assistance for home buyers, an expanded child tax credit. Notably, some of the policies she highlighted on the economy front, Whit, were distinct from what we've seen under President Biden. She is really trying to distance herself in some ways from President Biden's economic record, because we know that this has been a liability for the Biden administration. At times, we did see former President Trump attack the Biden administration, and including Vice President Harris's record on the economy. He also doubled down on his plan for more tariffs. But I was also struck with that former President Trump did not go after Vice President Harris more on the issue of inflation. This is one that we know he leads on, he has an edge on, and at times he started going there, but then got sidetracked by some of those personal attacks. When you talk to voters, what they want to know is the answer to that question. They want to answer, are they better off financially now than they were 4 years ago? And will they be better off in 4 years too?
And Elizabeth, also, we mentioned that ABC News Ipsos polling earlier that said that voters trusted Donald Trump's ability to handle the economy more than they did for Vice President Harris. How would you grade each of them making their cases today? I mean, you gave us a little bit of a breakdown there, but specifically, I think a lot of voters wanted and were eager for more specifics. Did we get that tonight?
If we're trying to give a grade on specifics from either candidate, we did not get that at all. Poor, even failing grade on the policy specific front. In fact, much more of this was about presenting this vision from the for the future from both sides. So we heard Vice President Harris talk about the opportunity economy. She didn't get into a lot of the details about how some of those proposals, for example, would be paid for. On the other hand, we heard former President Trump really tout his own economic record, but he also ignored the fact that a lot of his policies have questions about how they'll be paid for. I mean, just broadly speaking, Whit, not a lot of mention on taxes when we know that that is a big issue for voters and will be a huge issue here in Washington next year. Both of them tried to talk about the economy in broad brushstrokes, but did not get into a lot of those specifics that voters, when you ask them, they want to know, what is the government, what is the president going to do for me?
Yeah, no taxes on tips. Remember, both candidates were talking about that, and yet tonight we heard almost
Didn't
nothing
even come up
about
hardly.
it. So
exactly.
Elizabeth, thank you. We appreciate it.
Why
All right, we
not?
showed you Donald Trump earlier here in the spin
Does the
room.
government
following
make
the
that
debate.
much off
And
of
while
it?
he was here with us, Kamala Harris attended
Can't
a
afford to let
debate
it
watch
go.
party talking to supporters. Here is part of what she had to say.
Probably now that everything's electronic.
Listen, I think that we think today was a good day, and it kind of was. But we have 56 days to go, and guys, we're still the underdogs in this race. It's tight. We have got to win Pennsylvania, and we are going to win Pennsylvania.
Of course, Pennsylvania, a
Not
critical
everything's
state, could be
electronic.
make or
They
break,
keep
especially
tabs
for
of all the
Kamala Harris.
tips.
Joining us now with more is Terry Moran. Terry, give us some context on what we saw here tonight.
When I was a
Trump
kid,
again
we got cash
said,
tips
quote,
all the
talking
time.
about abortion, for example, that every legal scholar, every Democrat wanted abortion to be a matter for the states. Now, obviously, we know that that's not true, but who
We
is
ask
he
cash
speaking
anymore.
to when he continues to say that?
Well, he's trying to reassure voters. Look, he's a very savvy politician, and he knows that this issue has been demonstrated, as he said tonight, in state after state, to be a problem for Republicans. So he's trying to distance himself from what the Supreme Court did in overturning Roe versus Wade. And the best formula that he can come up with is that now people get to vote on it state by state, that's what everybody wanted. He's smart enough to, and a good enough politician to know people want to have a say in their future. The problem is, and the counterattack from Kamala Harris was very effective, yet this is an issue, far from Roe versus Wade being unpopular, almost 2/3 of Americans, sometimes polls showed almost up to 70% of Americans supported Roe versus Wade. It's hard to get 70% of Americans to
I still
agree
gotta watch that
on
movie.
anything. And yet
With,
Roe versus Wade was supported. They felt that this was a settlement they could live with. The Republican Party, of course, very
Meryl
different.
Streep
And now he's stuck with it, and he's trying to find a way to get out of it by saying, well, everybody wanted Roe versus Wade.
What's his
And
name?
now everybody's happy that they're voting about it. Polls show that's not true.
Terry, what about the issue of election integrity? Again, former president
God
would
dang,
not
I'm
acknowledge
sleepy.
that he lost the 2020 election. Also saying that, when he was pressed multiple times from David Muir on whether he had any regrets about January 6th, he said no, he had nothing to do with it. What do you think voters are going to make of that as they head to vote once again in November?
That's really an issue that's baked in. Donald Trump has successfully, in the Republican Party, cemented the notion that there was something wrong with the 2020 election. He believes it was completely stolen, and there are lots of people who believe utter fabrications about
These guys are all in mess,
and stolen
dude.
votes and things like that. None of that evidence ever
Everyone's
held up
still
in any
awake. It's on
court
the
of law.
East
And it wasn't
Coast.
just because Trump was judged not to have standing. It's because judges looked at the evidence. Trump asked the Attorney General of the United States to order every single U.S. attorney in every single district in America to look for evidence of voter fraud. They came back, they said there isn't any. Okay, but what he's trying to do is that in some way that should be rejected. Now his allies say, well, some of the COVID changes to voting practices in the states operated as disadvantaging Republicans, and so that you can reject the election for. But really with Trump, why is a mystery. It's deep in his psychology that he simply cannot acknowledge that he lost.
Terry Moran for us. We always appreciate your perspective. Thank you. Let's go ahead and head over to our senior White House correspondent, Selena Wang. Selena, you've been on the floor here in the spin room and recently spoke with California Governor Gavin Newsom. We heard Donald Trump here saying that he won the debate and Kamala Harris lost badly. I'm assuming the California governor had a very different perspective.
Come here.
Yeah, well, you're right on that, Whit. And Newsom has known Harris for decades. He says that the version of Vice President Harris we saw on the debate stage today is the one that he has known all of these years, strong and commanding and calm. But really, of course, this comes down to the voters, and voters consistently say they want the candidate who's going to bring about the most change. Gavin Newsom believes that Harris delivered that, and that this debate did move the needle when it comes to those critical undecided voters and those battleground states. Take a listen to what else the governor told me.
It was a terrible night for Donald Trump. It was a great night for freedom and for democracy, liberty, the rule of law, and Kamala Harris.
So did she successfully get under Donald Trump's skin?
It would, I mean, across the board, consistently. Crowd size, he starts talking about dogs and crowd size again, somehow blaming Nancy Pelosi for January 6th. He was consistent with his past, which is unhinged on the issue, offered no compelling vision for the future, talked about himself, didn't talk about you. She consistently talked about you, me, the future of this country, and talked about things the American people care about.
So he does not speak for California.
And with Governor Newsom, they're referring to some of the false claims that Trump had made, including those inaccurate statements about that Ohio town, claiming falsely that they were stealing and eating their neighbors' pets.
They are eating them, dude.
You
fucking
Harris
shit.
did exactly what she needed to do to confront
They're really
the
harping on that, aren't
lies,
they?
to bring them to the fore, but also not get dragged down into any rabbit holes and bring it back to
Eating
her
pets,
message
dude.
about the future.
Eating geese, eating ducks.
Selena Wang, thank you. Let's
Wang,
turn over
Wang's
to,
family back in
for more
China
on
still
this, we
does
wanna bring in
that.
our
They
White
don't
House
think anything of
correspondent,
it.
Mary
I
Alice
don't know why
Parks.
she's
And
tripping.
Mary Alice, I'm excited to speak with you because you were actually in the room. There were few journalists allowed inside, so you were there. What were the things that stood out to you?
Yeah, I was really honored. I was one of just a few journalists, like you said, that actually got to be in the room. I will tell you what stood out right off the bat, the way that the vice president walked across that stage, really owned the stage by offering her hand in that handshake. She seemed to want to present herself as bigger in that moment, not only offering a handshake, sort of a peace offering in that way, but also really to own the physical space. It was interesting to watch her throughout the night. She moved around her podium quite often, turning to look at the former president, back to camera, folding her hands, unfolding her hands, making many facial expressions as he spoke. Very different from the former president. He directed all of his attention straight into that camera, hardly ever, if ever, glanced across at her. And of course, viewers looking at every single bit of their interactions, their body language, their style, as well as their substance wit.
And important to remember, this was the very first time the two of them have actually met in person. So it was quite a moment. Mary Alice Parks, thank you. Well, that is our show for tonight. I'm Whit Johnson here in the spin room of the first and potentially the only debate between Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump. We'll see. They're already talking about the possibility of another. But what a night it was. Thank you so much for joining us here all evening long. ABC News Live is here for you all night with the latest news, context, and analysis. You can always find us on Disney+, Hulu, Roku, and wherever you might stream. Keep it right here on ABC News Live. Have a great night.
Spin, 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 spin in the spin room. Let's go back to my place. You ready to get naked, baby? Come on in. Yeah, the party's over here. We gotta go back to. We gotta go back to my place now, baby. Come on, man. I paid for this. You my escort, right? Hold up. I done paid $1,000. This is your escort, so you come back to my place now. You come to my place. I got a little carried away there. I never got an escort. I don't even know how that shit works. Do they? Do they like deny it? Maybe they do. Maybe they may have dinner and they're like, nope, sorry, not going back to your place. Somebody had an escort tonight at that thing, dude. Guaranteed.
But they did fine. I mean, I would take that debate 10 times over what we just witnessed tonight. What does Trump do next? Because I don't think there's no other obvious debate. The only other one that he proposed was Fox, and she said no to it. And I noticed that in her, okay, I'll do another debate, she's not saying I'll go on Fox because she knows what will happen.
No, he wants to, though.
Fox would be neutral. They actually would not go easy on Donald Trump and hard on Kamala Harris, I don't think. But she's not going to do it. So what does Trump do now?
I think he agrees to another debate on a more neutral playing ground. Did you notice that this whole idea of muting the microphones only worked one way? Did you know? I mean, they never muted her microphone. They were muting Trump left and right. They let him speak if he wanted to, but she was never muted.
I heard her muted. I heard her muted a couple times, and she was a chatty Cathy. She wouldn't shut up. She couldn't control herself over there. She was very unsteady in the first half hour, and then it started to go downhill because the moderators shifted it. Whenever she was on the ropes, they would inject themselves and they would shift it. Oh, here's a little question on abortion for you. That'll make you happy. And you could see her with her dry mouth and her obvious nerves calm down once they
like a good dry mouth in a woman, you know.
Race. Now, if you poll America, what are the most important things to you right now? Cost of goods, fuel prices, inflation, crime, sending my daughter to school, just hoping she doesn't get raped by an illegal immigrant on the way, or get a volleyball smashed in her face by a man who wants to be a woman. Those are the things that Americans care about. They don't care that Donald Trump once said, I don't know if she's black or not, because sometimes she says she is, sometimes she says she's not. That topic came up a little bit after abortion.
Is she black or not?
And maybe they mixed in Charlottesville in the middle of that. So, they started out with the economy, and maybe that was a bait and switch, like, look over here, here's the shiny object, and they just went in for probably a full
black
hour,
enough
right into Kamala Harris's sweet zone. Just served it up to her on a silver platter.
Yes, it was all of her favorite little lovelies rubbing all over her. January 6th, election denialism,
she's not
climate
black.
change,
She better
abortion.
stop talking like it.
Bring it on.
Yes.
That's really what we witnessed. Eric, stand by. I've got to say goodbye to the Sirius XM audience because we are going to wrap at midnight sharp. I want to keep you for a couple minutes thereafter if you don't mind, because I just have a couple points I want to make. We just got this soundbite in from Nicole Wallace. The media problem must be addressed in just a little bit more detail. So don't go away, okay? Can you stand by?
Sure.
Thank you, my friends, Sirius XM listeners. Thank you very much for tuning in at this late hour. We appreciate you tonight and every night. We'll be back tomorrow at noon East on Channel 111 Triumph. We'll see you then. Thanks for listening. Okay, let's keep going, Eric. Okay, so
that was weird.
The media.
I thought it was over.
I'm genuinely distressed by it. Like, I genuinely feel like we've crossed a Rubicon here that cannot be uncrossed. The willingness to actually jump into the tank and swim and paddle for her tonight was absolutely egregious, and to me it was shocking, even from an industry that we know is biased.
I was ready to press it,
towards
bro.
the left. Here was Nicole
banana,
Wallace
dude. You know
MSNBC.
bananas have been shorted lately. They had no burro bananas or red bananas at the grocery store. I went to the Mexican one, dude.
Trump with a passion of
10,000 suns.
Watch.
Where the bananas
hesitate to say, I went back and watched
you
the tape.
noticed that? The bananas have been lacking lately.
I lost by a whisker.
I haven't had a burro banana or red in forever.
Three sides of whether or not he won in 2020. He said I won, and then he said,
you don't know shit about bananas, do you?
That I lost by a whisker, and then David Muir ended it by saying, no, that wasn't sarcastic. So what the American people heard was Trump on three sides of the outcome of 2020. And David Muir and Lindsey Davis played an important role.
I thought you were keeping up with this shit.
There it is. They certainly
You're really
did.
a banana connoisseur.
That was one topic,
one
comment. That sarcasm.
I
didn't hear sarcasm thrown to Kamala Harris was, like I mentioned earlier, it was like one of the most egregious things I've seen. Right up there with your old friend Chris Wallace fact-checking Trump erroneously in one of the debates, saying that the Hunter laptop was a Russian misinformation campaign, and we now know it wasn't. But he stopped the debate in its tracks.
He shut it down.
In fact, yeah, he shut down Trump, and he was wrong. And the same thing happened with David Muir on what you pointed out earlier.
Come on, get your shit together, Banana.
Being tortured,
so one-sided
in Springfield, Ohio, and other places. Really, it's not just.
We got everything about bananas.
Let me just show you the sound bites on Springfield.
Yeah.
Let's just show this.
One or two things.
They made it sound
Be the
like
foremost
Trump is
banana
just some
expert.
lunatic making this stuff up out of
calling.
whole cloth. Here's what we've been seeing over the past
I'll
couple
buy your
of
vote,
days.
dude.
This is from Springfield.
Fucking get on it.
And it's nothing but immigrants over there. And I don't even want to seem like I'm coming down on the immigrants, because it's the people that's bringing them down here. Because wherever they're at, that's what they're used to, bro. They're in the park grabbing up ducks by their neck and cutting their head off and walking off with them and eating them
Okay, and now on top of that, Springfield, Ohio Facebook post, warning to all about our beloved pets and those around us. My neighbor informed me her daughter's friend had lost her cat. She checked pages, kennels, and asked around, etc. One day she came home from work. As soon as she stepped out from her car, looked toward a neighbor's house where Haitians live, and saw her cat hanging from a branch like you would do to a deer for butchering, and they were carving it up to eat. I've been told they are doing this. They have been doing it at Snyder Park with the ducks and geese, as I was told that last bit by rangers and police. Please keep a close eye on these animals. You heard that guy. And now, do we have the Federalist report? Because they're out there with a report and the 911 call on. All right, we don't have the SOT. We can lay it in later, perhaps. But the Federalist has a report about as follows: recording of a police phone call obtained by the Federalist revealing a local resident reporting a group of Haitian migrants carrying 4 geese in Springfield, Ohio on August 26th. Quote, I see a group of Haitian people. There was about 4 of them. They all had geese in their hands, the caller tells the public services dispatcher. The caller told the dispatcher he saw 4 migrants in total, 2 men and 2 women, each carrying a single goose. How many geese did they have? Asked the dispatcher. They each had 1. The caller says he spotted the Haitians carrying the geese at an intersection between Water and Warder Street, a location that does exist in Springfield and is confirmed in the police report later filed in the incident. This is all we have on the other side is this officer, a deputy director of public safety, Jason Villa, who told NPR, I think it's sad some people are using this as an opportunity to spread hate or spread fear. We get these reports that the Haitians are killing ducks in a lot of our parks, or the Haitians are eating vegetables right out of the aisle at the grocery store.
What? Oh, hell no. They'll be eating vegetables, you motherfuckers. Those are our vegetables.
It's really frustrating. As a community, it's not helpful as we try to move forward. We haven't really seen any of that. So what? You haven't really seen any of that? What are you talking about? Because all you mentioned here was reports that they were killing ducks in a lot of your parks and that they're eating vegetables. You did not address the cat claim. You did not address the Federalist reporting that they had 4 of them and that it was called into 911. And you did not address the claim that at least in one case, a duck was beheaded. You only speak to that it's hold on.
You know what, your grandma's going to hell probably tonight out.
So this is what you
might be there right now for that shit.
And that's what David Muir.
That's what happens to thieves.
Fact check tonight.
Not just once. He said it 2 or 3 times when Trump said, well, we'll see if that comes out differently later. It's like, no, I'm talking about this person, the one guy that you just mentioned. Meanwhile, there are reports and reports. It's all over the internet. I will give you anecdotal story, and this is an absolute true story. I used to play professional baseball in the minor leagues.
How hungry you are.
There were a lot of Dominican players who were drafted. They were young guys. They were never
you going to hell.
Housed with them,
banana.
With them in
you better not be stealing any fucking bananas, bitch.
Kill cats and eat them.
You want to go to hell?
God, true story. It happens.
Jesus is going to fuck you up.
Life in some countries. It just is. It's an accepted behavior. It's not here, and it's not okay. But for
Jew Jesus and Muslim Jesus
and those there's 2 or 3 people who were at a town hall meeting talking about some of the things that were going on, that they're somehow not telling the truth or they're lying. That's ridiculous. And even further, more ridiculous is you have a presidential campaign that's very tight, very close. You have likely a single presidential election debate. And one of the moderators uses a shoddy fact check like that. Honestly, Megan, that feels like someone came down from above management ABC or Disney said, if he brings up these cats, because it's bad, because it's everywhere, it's got the country kind of freaked out that these people are what they're doing. They probably said, make sure you stop him in his tracks, because he went back 2 or 3. If you listen back to the tape, he stopped Trump 2 or 3 times on the same topic, which is that's highly unusual, but very unusual.
We have some of this queued up. Let's take a listen to Sod 8.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well, I've seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is the
people on television say my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from television.
But the people on television saying their dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
You talk about extreme.
She's laughing.
Four times David Muir jumped in. ABC News said, I just want to say, I'm not talking about TV, I'm talking about the city manager. 4 separate times he stopped Trump in his correction, clarification, fact check, whatever you call it, and then throws it to Kamala Harris. Doesn't even let Trump get the rest of the thought out, and then throws it to Kamala Harris. That's probably, I would say that's probably the most biased interaction of the whole hour and 40-minute debate.
Because what we have at this point is that he said he gave more credibility to the city manager than he did to the woman who just posted on Facebook, than the person who called 911 as reported by the Federalist, than the people we just showed you who testified at the city meeting. David Muir decided that he would be the arbiter of truth and that he believed the city manager more than he believed those individuals. What did you do, David Muir, to make sure the city manager is a truth teller? Because his little denial sounds like somebody who is a woke leftist who's trying to run cover. I can't stand that this has devolved into hate and fear-mongering about the migrants. Okay, how did you satisfy yourself that that's not a political hack, as Trump was suggesting, who's trying to run cover for a terrible thing that's happening in a city? I don't know what the truth is. And that is why I, as a debate moderator, would never have tried to settle the dispute. At a presidential debate, he made himself into Candy Crowley. That's what David Muir was doing over and over.
Megan, I think he is the 2024 version of 2020 Chris Wallace, where he stopped Trump in his tracks and said, Hunter Biden laptop story is Russian misinformation, and it's BS, it's bullshit. It wasn't. It was true, and Chris Wallace was the final arbiter of what was true at the time or not.
I don't ever
and he
put
was
makeup
completely
on.
wrong. I'm given that anecdotal experience I had with the Dominicans, I will tell you, there's a pretty darn good chance that there are people, there's illegal immigrants who are doing nasty things to animals, probably outside of Springfield, Ohio as well, probably in a lot of places that are just inundated with illegal migrants, because they come here, honestly, Megan, they don't assimilate. They don't come here to assimilate and be like us. They come here and they're nice for a while, and then all of a sudden they're doing things that they did in their home country. You see it everywhere. You see it everywhere. I talked to someone today about that. Like, women are being assaulted at a higher rate, an alarmingly higher rate, by these illegal immigrants because it happens in their home country and they get away with it there. They come here on our streets and they're doing the same damn thing.
They're trying to turn our
killing
country
our animals, likely eating them as well.
theirs.
David Muir shouldn't have fact-checked him 4 times. 4, not once, 4 times.
No.
The way Chris Wallace, and that was a pivotal moment in 2020. The Hunter Biden laptop story.
Fucking Fox reported 32 minutes ago, Taylor Swift endorses Kamala Harris.
If I had been David Muir and she was cackling over there in response to this allegation that Trump is making, which again is not made up, Trump is getting this from actual residents of Springfield who have been all over the media saying this, I would have turned to her and I would have said, irrespective of the cats and the dogs and the geese, madam, Americans are being killed. We have the story of Laken Riley, among others. We have little kids who have been attacked in pedophilic rapes. We have young girls who have been murdered, a 12-year-old down at the southern border. Illegal immigrants are murdering Americans. How dare you stand there and laugh? What are you laughing about? I mean, she got a complete
I know, you're only saying that because you're Canadian.
Inappropriate behavior because they're all Team Harris. If you don't believe me, take a look at John Karl. Is he chief White House correspondent? Is that his title, Steve Krakauer? His reaction, DC, whatever, I don't know what he is. He's high up on the political food chain at NBC. His reaction to the debate. Watch.
Part of the reason is Donald Trump really was not effective in bringing the debate to her. I agree with you. I think that he looked not just angry, but also rattled. And in contrast, Harris, who, again, much of the world doesn't know, Harris looked like she belonged on the stage, looked like she is somebody that could serve as president.
Yeah, I'm sure he wants that. He's a chief Washington correspondent.
Well, so I watched.
That hosted.
They did an hour lead up to the debate, ABC, and I happened to watch it because I wanted to see what they were.
And it was egregious.
Oh my! How much fawning over Kamala Harris could John Karl possibly do? I mean, you mentioned Jeffrey Toobin earlier. It could have been a Jeffrey Toobin moment, practically.
So they probably were doing it.
Honestly, like the way they talked
America,
about Donald
Brody,
Trump. And you know this Lindsay Davis, she actually was one of the people pushing Trump went to this city and this city has KKK members. And that's basically why, he's going, is this some sort of an endorsement, like aligning Trump with the KKK because he went to the same town that Joe Biden went to, that where a KKK supreme wizard or whatever you call him lived. Watch this. This is old Lindsay Davis. Not old. It's like 3 weeks ago. This is the same person who moderated tonight's debate. Watch.
Former President Donald Trump is expected to go campaign in Howell, Michigan tomorrow. Many people are aware that a month ago in Howell, KKK protesters marched in the streets with the white robes on and suggested that they support Donald Trump. I'm curious if you make anything about that connection and him going in particular to Howell tomorrow.
It's amazing. She got picked.
Yeah, like I said, Megan, Disney owns ABC. ABC owns the talent. This was a trickle down from the Disney boardroom straight down, and we know how Disney feels about conservatives. We watch it. I watch it in Florida. I live in Florida. I watch it all the time. The fighting between DeSantis and Disney is nonstop. It's a wildly woke company, and Trump is the anti-woke candidate. And
Dana Walden is one of Kamala Harris's best friends.
Correct.
She's a woman who runs it, and she's one of her best friends.
If you think a Kamala Harris presidency won't be splashed with wokeism and a revibrance of the pride parades and the trans stuff, it's on its way, folks. It's on its way. She's going to make Joe Biden look like a normal president if she gets there.
Listen to this. Listen to this, just in case you had any doubt about ABC's intention to take out Donald Trump tonight in an ambush. Not only did they put this woman who tried to link him to the KKK in as debate moderator and chose David Muir, who's hosted, according to the Media Research Center, the world nightly news show that is the most biased out of all three of them, NBC, CBS, or ABC, by far against Trump. Almost no negative stories about Kamala Harris, almost all negative stories about Donald Trump. But tonight, who do they book on Jimmy Kimmel following the debate in their big show? George Conway, Lincoln Project Never Trumper in chief, who earlier tonight tweeted out as follows: "This is the most brutal beatdown I've ever seen in a presidential debate. I love the Kamala, what the F is he talking about look. The way she looks at him, she shows that she's not afraid. She shows that he is a joke. Bravo. God bless our next president, Kamala Harris." That's who's on Jimmy Kimmel right now. This was an ambush. That's what he walked into tonight, and he emerged once again, shot up a bit, but I think still strong, and I think still well positioned to win this race.
There's a cottage industry that's shot up since Donald Trump became president. It's the anti-Trump derangement people. It's like the rhinos that were being escorted out of Washington, D.C. And then there's these people, these George Conways and Lincoln Projects and the other people who aren't kind of never really were conservative, but see no lane for them to be relevant other than to attack Trump as his attachment to Kellyanne Conway, or as these former Trump calms people, Alyssa Farah on The View, and the rest of them, Stephanie Grisham. These people used to work for Trump. And I know because I used to be in D.C., and they adored him when they worked for him. They adored him. And then somehow there's a job waiting for them to bash him on the way out once they don't work for him anymore. It's a little cottage industry. Yeah, I think he's beat up. But again, Megyn, it's the fourth quarter. It's tied. Let's be honest, it's probably a tie game right now. Patrick Mahomes, Donald Trump has the ball, and never bet against Patrick Mahomes with the ball. Tie game in the fourth quarter ever.
Speaking of Patrick Mahomes, whose wife Brittany made the comment about Trump, and is good friends with Taylor Swift. But now, so we read this. We read Taylor's whole post earlier, so the audience knows what we're talking about. But she's endorsed Kamala Harris tonight, and amazingly said the thing that pushed her over the edge was her selection of Tim Walz because of his LGBTQ agenda. I'm going to go ahead and venture a guess. She's a know-nothing, that she knows absolutely fucking nothing about this issue. Does she know that he's bringing kids across the state line from other states whose parents don't want them to chop off their body parts, and he's having courts seize jurisdiction over them so that they can order that those be paid on the Medicaid dime in Minnesota without the parents' consent? Minor children being pulled away from their loving parents so that Tim Walz can cut off their genitals? Taylor, did you know that? Are those your little fans? Are you in favor of your little 13-year-old fans in Minnesota or around Minnesota getting pulled into Minnesota to get their breasts chopped off and to be sterilized with puberty blockers straight into cross-sex hormones? Is that what you stand for, Taylor? Thank God my daughter's not a fan of yours, but if she were, that would be it. Here's Rick Grinnell. Taylor Swift does not let people comment on her public endorsement. She turned off comments on it, Eric. LOL. Typical of today's left. They can't tolerate dissenting views. So what do you make of the Taylor Swift endorsement?
Other than the fact that I'm concerned because my beloved Kansas City Chiefs, I used to love Travis Kelce, and I can't stand him now because the stupid thing he does with her. Here's the reality.
Pfizer.
She's going to move the needle. She's going to get people to vote for Kamala Harris.
I don't think so.
As ridiculous as this sounds, man, there are so, honestly, Megyn, there are so many dumb voters. There are so many people who just look at a celebrity or someone like, or a musician, something especially as big as Taylor Swift, who go, if Taylor likes her, then so do I. I mean, look, Taylor Swift is probably responsible for 2 to 3% more female attendance and viewership for the NFL. Taylor Swift, one person. The NFL did a study. They were about 46% female.
The romance was fake, though, with that
prior to the Taylor Swift
football player
romance.
They paid them to do it.
Probably 50-50, they say. So, like it or not, and no sane football fan is going to listen to what Taylor Swift thinks, but she moves a zeitgeist needle, so to speak. And unfortunately, young people, oh man, it's just scary. It's just scary.
Anyway.
God, by the way, I never want to be here.
I don't deny
again.
her power in the music industry, but I just don't think somebody's going to pull the lever for Kamala Harris because she told them to.
Let's hope not.
I just can't. That's just my armchair opinion. I could be wrong. I've been wrong about plenty of things, but I don't believe that. Here is what Kamala Harris and her team are doing tonight with a drone. There's some video of a drone with a message in the sky. It reads, Madam Vice President. Everyone's taking pictures. And then wait for it. The vice disappears. And we're just left with the Madam.
So
where was that?
Comment on this whole media thing, this whole blitz, and you have to give them credit for this. They're being very creative. Almost every time I open my laptop, I got a Kamala Harris. I hate it. I got a Kamala Harris ad that place. They're putting it in very selective and smart locations. Her campaign has probably put together the best game plan for a quarterback who sucks. I'll use the football analogy one more time. She's incompetent. She doesn't know the playbook. She's not talented, but they've got the best playbook to beat the other team, and they're staying.
We're going to drag her into the end zone.
Right. Yes, they're figuring out the thing that they have, and they call it the brotherly shove instead of brotherly love, where quarterback gets the ball and the whole team pushes him forward, which used to be illegal. My point is, they're finding the right places to to gain ground, to gain, let's say, votes. Again, battle state. I will tell you, I believe this election is coming down to Pennsylvania. That's why Trump should have stayed on fracking for an hour, because it was Pennsylvania that was going to get hurt the most by her fracking, original OG fracking ban that she walked back recently. But that's where I believe this election will be won or lost in Pennsylvania. And fracking matters to those folks.
Here's the final indignity of ABC. Guess who else is booked on Kimmel tonight? The bookend to their debate. Not just George Conway, Jane Fonda.
Okay. Yeah, it's anti-American.
Unbelievable. I mean, it's unbelievable what Trump walked into tonight. He should never do that again. Republicans should never do that again. There should never be another general election, presidential debate, or Republican primary debate on ABC News. Ever. Period. And if any candidate agrees to that, they should have to answer to Republican voters why they intentionally tried to sink their chances by agreeing to go into such a lion's den. It's just, the deck is stacked, and there's only so much any human can do. Trump, of course, is claiming victory anyway. We'll see. We'll see some polls. We'll see. I've got my doubts about whether her exaltation and exuberance is going to last for very long. Eric, great to see you.
You too, Megan. Congratulations. Great show, by the way.
Thank you very much. Oh, and thanks to all of you. I'd love to know what you think. You've heard what I think and what our guests think. Just send me an email. We have well over 1 million watching us on YouTube and plenty more on podcasts and so on. So I'd be delighted to get your thoughts before we go on the air tomorrow. We'll read some of them. You can email me at Megan, MEGYN, @MeganKelly.com. And just let me know what you thought. Who won? How did she do? How did Trump do? Does it move the needle? And what'd you think of the Taylor endorsement? And what'd you think of ABC? We're back tomorrow. We'll have more coverage. I'm sure the media meltdown in her favor will be disgusting and sycophantic. Between now and then, we'll have that covered for you as well. And we'll go over what the snap polls are saying, as well as some of these other debate moments that we didn't quite get to tonight. Don't miss that. We will see you then with our friends from the Fifth Column. See you then, and good night.
Hey, what are you doing? Oh, my little kitty. Oh, oh my goodness. You're hard to hold on to, you know that? Okay. Slippery little bugger. Alright. I guess that's it, y'all. I'm gonna be on kitty cam in the morning. Hope to see you there. I'm so tired, dude. I gotta get up at 5:30 in the morning, though. No matter what. No days off. For the kitties. Oh. 99L Banana. Mark Bass, Brody, YYC. That's it. Mark Hopper, huh? Good on. Dude. My lips are so chapped. Gotta be careful. Don't want to hurt myself. I got a big old chunk right there. Luckily, I'm not bleeding. Okay. Alright. Alright, y'all. Go Trump. Love y'all. Good night.